Hello, hello, hello. Big Papa J game. Big Papa J is back. Took me a couple hours. Took me about 2 or 3 hours to come back. When I thought I'd be back in about an hour. Sorry, had some things that I had to do. Really, that was
Perhaps these
nothing
cracks were the
crazy.
remnants of a
Just some
cataclysmic
shows I had
rock
to catch
splitting
up on.
event, as
Just kind of
Josiah
happened.
Whitney had
Kind of fell in
predicted.
them.
A
And I had to make
respected
myself a seat
Yale-educated
because of
scientist, he passionately believed titanic forces beneath Yosemite had pulled the land apart, causing it to collapse along gigantic fault line cracks. Could it be that the argument was swinging in the bombastic Whitney's favor, and Mueller's glacial theory was the rambling of an ignorant shepherd after all? Scientists searching for the answers as to how these giant cracks formed used modern technology to take a closer look
the storyline that is
the Sierra Nevada.
Rangers.
They did not find evidence of Whitney's cataclysmic rifting valley, but discovered a catastrophic event which had ramifications on a far greater scale. Seismic evidence has revealed that the Earth's crust is made of layers. The lighter outer shell forms the land, but fastened beneath is a dense anchor of sturdy rock. Beneath the Sierra Nevada, scientists discovered something extraordinary. A huge section of this lower crust, 200 miles long and 40 miles wide, is missing.
This model represents the Sierra Nevada as its
exploration
here. So the top here represents the mountain range. The bottom there, it represents the lower crust. Sometime in the past 10 million years, part of that lower crust disconnected from the mountain range and dropped away. The end result is that there was uplift of the Sierra Nevada because they were being held down by those dense rocks. So there was uplift of the Sierra Nevada, but because most of the route fell away to the east, the whole mountain range, rather than bobbing straight up, tilted to the west.
7 million years ago, a huge chunk of the lower crust suddenly drops away. The entire mountain chain snaps along its spine.
It's ready.
There is a force capable of overcoming Yosemite's ultra-top. As it snaps, the enormous pressure cracks the solid granite along the entire length of the mountain range. But it was a mystery how these cracks could give rise to a 3,000-foot deep canyon. Scientists realized some other force must have attacked the weakened, vulnerable granite. The hunt was on for an accomplice. And 5 miles downstream of Yosemite, at El Portal, they find it.
All right, where are we going here, boys and girls? I can't remember.
Here, Yosemite's meandering Merced River has transformed into a raging torrent. At times, 1,000 cubic feet of water gush through this narrow gorge every second, creating treacherous waves and turbulent eddies.
So this is the Merced River about 5 miles downstream of Yosemite Valley. It's extremely powerful. It's a series of rapids and cascades over these boulders, and there's a lot of energy being expended by this river right now.
Scientists realize
the hell are you people?
The erosion of the river is focused right along the river. So it will cut down like a saw blade into the rock about the width of the river. So as it does that, it will come down and steepen the valley walls. Those walls will become unstable, and there'll be landslides in the river. The river will wash away the material, and we'll be back to that.
Scientists realize the Merced River deep V-shaped canyon.
I got no friggin' thing left.
A deep sandy valley.
And it's down. We lost it.
Damn it.
7 million years ago, as the Sierra Nevada tilts upwards, the mountain slope gets 3 times. The Merced River surges with a torrent of water. Like a saw blade, it zigzags along the path of weakened, cracked granite. In less than 5 million years, it cuts a 3,000-foot V-shaped canyon of Yosemite. Scientists investigate how Yosemite's deep canyon form have discovered beyond the
You know,
ground,
those dwarf homing.
and rapids downstream, evidence that the Merced River cut a deep V-shaped Yosemite Canyon.
Alright, who the hell are you,
But one
man?
part of the river remained unsolved. Yosemite's unique box-like shape. Some other extraordinary force had caused the canyon walls to collapse, the valley floor to flatten. The controversy about how this strange canyon formed raged on. Yosemite, 200 million years ago, its coastal plain was shattered by volcanoes. And then, 7 million years ago, the Merced River suddenly carves a deep V-shaped For the next 4 million years, the river runs in this narrow canyon. But then, Yosemite is radically transformed again.
You're going down, man.
About 2.5 million years ago, when our ancestors were beginning to evolve in Africa, the U-shaped valley that was here began to evolve into the present valley floor, which is flat. It's bounded by the sheer rock walls on the side.
Get down, you
It was
are.
during this second extraordinary stage of
Is there more?
that the most
I can't fight you, I know that.
This natural wonder's unique shape has intrigued people for centuries. Its enormous granite dome is over 3 billion cubic feet in size, as large as 1,000 football stadiums. And its striking northwest face is a 2,000-foot vertical drop. In 1870, amateur geologist John Muir had a radical theory about how half-dome Yosemite's other vast cliffs formed. He believed that thousands of years ago, the Earth's temperature had plummeted, and the valley had been filled with ice.
We didn't come up with that overnight. He walked on top of the mountain. The entire time he was doing this, he was listening, staying, and so he was slowly, letter by letter, word by word, learning the language of Yosemite.
Muir knew that research in the European race
It's so close.
capable of gouging out a solid
Gotta get making parts.
as these great blocks of ice flew downhill. They pressed down on the canyon walls with a weight equal to 200 trucks per square yard, ripping out chunks of rock and causing the valley walls to get steeper.
In general, glaciers transform a U-shaped valley, as you see is characteristic of a river, into a U-shaped valley by focusing their erosion on the valley walls rather than on the valley bottom.
There's some shit parts and I couldn't
until
fucking
it
beat
has
this thing.
reached this U-shape, at which point it can then continue to erode as that U-shape.
Muir knew that as a glacier flows, it grinds and polishes the bedrock. As they melt and disappear, glaciers leave behind U-shaped valleys.
We're gonna do a quick scan, Dr. Band. You can be on your way.
Muir proposed that giant rivers of ice also
Enjoy
once
them.
flowed through Yosemite Valley. He hunted high and low for evidence of glacial scratch marks and eventually found a small 20-foot square patch of rock 30 feet from the valley floor.
The granite has scratches on its surface. Each one of these scratches is associated with a rock embedded in the soul of a glacier. I can imagine Muir claiming that this is irrefutable evidence of glacial occupation of the valley.
You should ask Sam about
But if
Akina
glaciers
sometime.
plowed down the
He
valley,
has some pretty
why
amazing
weren't there
stories to
millions
tell.
of scratch marks on the cliffs?
Okay, Trey, as you quotes,
If Muir was correct,
are you
this
just for
is a
selling
picture
drinks?
of what happened. 2.5 million years ago, the temperature plummets. Yosemite Valley fills to the brim with a gigantic glacier. Only the tallest mountains peak above the sea
Yes,
of
some
ice.
drinks.
Welcome to the Hitching
For
Post.
thousands of
I'm
years,
proud to
the
say
glacier
this is a
grinds
I'll
away
show you.
the granite walls,
We got the bag.
scratching the cliffs and undercutting a peak that will
Shepherd.
become half-dome. When it retreats, the
All
glacier
shepherds.
leaves precarious slabs of overhanging rock. The unstable rock face crashes to the valley floor. leaving the great northwest face
I
of
need
half
all
dome.
kinds in here.
In the
all
same
kinds of
way,
things.
subsequent
What are you
smaller
looking for?
glaciers cut away at the base of the valley for 2 million years,
Big all 6.
cleaving sheer vertical cliffs and removing all traces of glacial scratch marks. But there was still one glaringly obvious problem with Muir's theory, and arch-enemy geologist Josiah Whitney pounced on it. If glaciers had carved the valley, why was Yosemite uniquely
Talk to you again
box-shaped
soon, darling.
and not U-shaped like a classic glacial valley? Whitney attacked Muir's theory and stubbornly declared this square, flat-bottomed valley could only have formed if the bottom had fallen out.
Whitney hypothesized that instead of being carved by
Midtown
glaciers,
Minerals.
that this was a fault-bounded valley, with the valley walls being faults, down which
sorry.
the block in between the valley walls has dropped.
Might
In
want to steer
Whitney's
clear
theory,
of the
the flat
stretch.
valley floor
Lots
would
of
be the
crime
top
over there.
of the down-dropped block.
Welcome to the best. You're an independent hauler?
In the quest to unravel
can
the
promise
mystery
you the
of
best rate in
Yosemite's
town.
flat-bottomed canyon,
Lousy.
scientists are
To
investigating
put
the
it
valley
bluntly,
floor.
the trade authorities muscling in on my business.
The kinds
So
of
far, I've
sediment that
kept
I
them at
see in
bay,
this cut bank
but they've
are
been stepping up their
coarse
game
grain,
lately.
pebbles,
They got all their
sand,
tricks.
the same kind of rocks and
Intimidation,
sediment that the present
extortion,
stream can
bribery,
carry. In
blackmail.
contrast to that,
Nothing's off
the
the table.
deposit I see at my
Of course,
feet
everyone turns a blind eye as long as the Council of Governors
very
finds their
fine
services
grain.
useful. So,
Light,
my
fine-grained
own.
sediment
But
like
that's
this
my
is
problem.
easily carried
Not
by
yours.
flowing water. But when a river
You take
hits a
care
body
now.
of still water, its
The
energy
UC can't
levels
be
slump,
that bad,
and it
can
dumps
it?
its load.
This is the kind of sediment that we would expect to see on the floor of a lake.
Further research has found similar strange sediments all over Yosemite.
You're supposed to map
It's
it
proof
down.
that 10,000 years ago, an ancient lake drowned this entire valley. Starting at the head of the canyon, it stretched for 5 miles through the landscape. But it was a mystery how Lake Yosemite had formed. Scientists scoured the valley looking for answers, and near the base of El Capitan, at the farthest end of the valley, they stumbled upon an insignificant-looking ridge. It's an important clue to how Lake Yosemite and the valley formed. This mound is made of an unusual collection of rocks, and it runs from one side of the valley to the other.
Given that this arc of a ridge is just down from El Cap, one might expect that it could have been caused from a rock fault. But if you look around, that's not the case. Clearly, even in this local area, we have rocks that came from at least 3 different places, no doubt up the valley. This pink rock came from one portion of the valley. This gray granite came from another place. And this particular one, we can see the distinctive feldspars associated with the Cathedral Peaks
Same
granite.
universal is.
This strange distribution of rocks means that
Anyways,
the
we got
ridge
6
could
ship
not
parts,
have
so it should be
formed
enough to get
from a
through that
catastrophic rock fall.
Let's go.
Something else, just as epic, must have created it. This is a glacial moraine, the remnants of a glacier which once filled the valley.
Oh
It's the
shoot, I forgot to
conclusive
even talk
evidence
about
Muir
prisoner.
had hoped for. Moraines form as glacial ice rips fragments of rock from the valley walls, carries them like a conveyor belt several miles downstream, and dumps the rubble at the mouth of the glacier. Scientists realized this ridge was also key to solving the mystery of how Lake Yosemite and the flat-bottomed valley
Let's
floor
all just take
formed.
a breath here. We
It
all
wasn't
want to
just
protect
a
people
moraine.
from the ash tub.
It was a
We're on
giant
the same
dam.
side here.
The hell with that. This ain't the way things are done. And that's the end of it.
It's
With
2.5
due
million
respect,
years ago.
People
and the
around here
glacier
think
claim
we
that
grind
own
through the valley.
They're wrong.
10,000 years ago, the temperature rises and the glacier
This
retreats.
is the
A
reaction.
huge moraine is dumped at the
Vigilance
valley
is
mouth,
what keeps the
damming
key to
back the
city
icy
safe.
meltwater.
People
The
around
entire
here
valley
see their
flows,
own.
We need
creating
to
an
be
enormous
ecology
Lake
is
Yosemite.
If it weren't for the
Mountain
wolves,
streams
the
spill
town
into this still water and dump ton after ton of
Oh, now you go
fine
talk to
sediment.
Davis Wilson
The
now?
lake chokes with silt,
I don't have time for
creating
that.
Yosemite's distinctive flat-bottomed valley floor.
In the cities, we know from seismic evidence collected in the 1930s that it's 2,000 feet thick. That's enough sediment to cover New York City by a foot.
And beneath this lake of sediment, they found the evidence that had always eluded Muir. A U-shaped basin, the hallmark of a classic glacial valley. It was indisputable evidence that Muir's intuitive observations and seemingly far-fetched theory were correct. And the final nail in the coffin for Whitney's theory of a cataclysmic rifting
Right,
valley.
Captain. Where are we headed next?
Scientists trying to understand how the steep cliffs and flat-bottomed valley formed have found scratch marks, evidence that the sheer cliffs were carved by glaciers. And a glacial moraine, proof that an ancient Lake Yosemite filled with sediment and created the flat valley floor. For over 2 million years, the glaciers whittle away at Yosemite. Then 10,000 years ago, the glaciers retreat for good, leaving the 1-mile-wide canyon we know today. But strange, dangerous forces are still exerting their powers on Yosemite's landscape, with catastrophic consequences. Yosemite Valley has been sculpted by torrential water and thick slabs of ice. But today, another hidden force is shaping this magnificent landscape. It's 6:52 p.m., July 10th, 1996. Yosemite is hit by a catastrophic rockfall. Within minutes, a huge dust cloud of pulverized rock engulfs the valley. It spreads the happy the busiest trail. Yosemite is in a state of emergency.
When I got here, the devastation was really in full force. I saw trees that were just everywhere, for ambulances and chaos, just everywhere. People were running around screaming, and the whole area looked like a bomb had gone off.
80,000 tons of rock had suddenly dislodged from the
The trucks basically fell down and hit, and then exploded, and they created a wind blast.
As strong as a tornado, the wind blast uprooted trees a half-mile away.
And so we did not know how many people were trapped under the trees, and tragically, a young man was killed, a young woman was trapped under a tree and paralyzed.
A deadly, mysterious force is continually emerging Yosemite, causing the surface layers over top Yosemite to peel away in huge chunks. One large rockfall occurs every week in the park, and yet up to 4 million people visit Yosemite each year, getting perilously close to these potentially unstable cliffs.
Shields are gone. Visit just went online.
Yosemite's
Okay, so we took down our RAM drive.
Researchers have dotted vibration centers, solar-powered seismic stations all over Yosemite's cliffs, enabling them to listen to the rocks.
This computer allows me to see what's going on all the time. For example, if I throw this rock, I can flip over there. I just created a little rock. Take a look. When you strike that rock in the cliff, and tumble it down. This is a mini rock that happens right here. So the station will pick up rockfalls that happen like small right here, but it will pick up larger ones in other places.
This seismic listening device has pinpointed a recent rockfall behind Half Dome. It's a chance for Valerie Zimmer to investigate why Yosemite's rocks are falling down. And all the evidence indicates another catastrophic event has occurred.
Now look at this. All these trees have been knocked over like they're toothpicks. These rocks range from the size of a house to just dust.
Analysis of the seismic data shows this was a massive rockfall, one of the biggest in the last 20 years.
peel off. In fact, look right here. This one is coming apart.
The outer surface of the rock has fractured into layers, running over the summit and down the sides of the dome.
These are weaknesses in the rock. It's obvious. But there must be something before. Causing the rock to break in this way. Peel apart like an onion.
Only force capable of fracturing the ultraviolet Yosemite granite like this originates deep within the earth. 100 million years after the Yosemite granite is beginning to fall. Submerged beneath 2 miles of volcanic rock, it's squashed and split out in every direction. Over the next 40 million years, the volcanic roof erodes away. The immense downward pressure is removed, leaving these titanic forces out of balance. The surface of the exposed Yosemite granite is now an avenue through which this pent-up pressure can be released.
Granite still gets squeezed on the sides and the bottom. The surface is free to move. What happens is the layers start to open up, parallel to the surface.
The release of this ancient pressure causes the surface of the granite to fracture into onion layers, which then peel away.
So when the top of the granite fell off, you're left with ground below it.
But it's not just the granite peaks that are affected. It's the cliffs, too.
Your drive works again.
Ground surface
If
of Earth
you were wondering.
creating vertical fractures alongside the cliff. These vertical fractures allow the rock to then slide out and create rock falls. This is one of the major contributing factors to rock physics.
Yosemite's catastrophic rock falls are the legacy of its prehistoric birth beneath the earth 100 million years ago. The gradual release of this ancient pent-up pressure has created an untamed and dynamic landscape.
Rockfall is a natural process and is part of the ongoing evolution of Yosemite National Park. I always get a little bit tickled when people ask me questions like, what are you going to do to prevent future rockfalls? It's a constant reminder that this is a wild place and that there's nothing we can do or should do to tame it in any way, shape, or form.
Well, I guess
but
they must
it's
be
something
there if they're
that
protecting
after
them
I'm
with
long
ships,
gone
right?
will continue to happen.
For the last 150 years, scientists have been figuring out how this magnificent valley formed. They found volcanic rocks, proof that the molten granite cools deep beneath the earth.
Let's set it down.
Evidence that Yosemite granite cools rapids downstream show that the Merced River is a deep V-shaped canyon. And rocks carried by a glacier, conclusive evidence that ice carved Yosemite's steep cliffs and flattened its valley floor.
We'll keep an eye out for hostile life forms.
Greetings, Captain.
Yosemite, a valley of giants, is a geological masterpiece. The unique strength of its near-perfect granite has created some of the most imposing and iconic landscapes on planet Earth. One where the deep Earth forces that created it are continuing to shape its future. Living proof that the Earth is never
These
at
mechs
rest.
were some of the deadliest instruments of war created by mankind. As we look, they've been outlawed by the armistice.
Restless and dynamic. Continents shift and crash. Volcanoes erupt. Glaciers grow and recede.
If everyone's gone,
Titanic forces
something's
that are
probably gone
constantly
horribly wrong.
leaving geological mysteries behind.
Marshall Blake must be getting desperate.
In this episode, we investigate the formation of the Rockies, North American mountain range shrouded in mystery. Flanked by huge slabs of rocks with ancient sea fossils buried high in its slopes, and crowned by jagged peaks that geologists believe were once double the height they are today. Scientists piecing together their story uncover evidence of massive ice sheets, collapsing mountains, and explosive volcanic eruptions. A geological history that brings us one step closer to understanding how the Earth was made.
Oh, it's the legs of the mech. Oh, holy shit, those things would be huge.
The Rockies.
Look at that.
A majestic mountain range
God.
towering high above the American West. It's the longest chain in North America and the third longest in the world,
you guys down?
stretching over 3,000 miles from New Mexico
you're
through Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana, and north into Canada. For decades, geologists have been puzzled about how this giant mountain range rose from the plains. The investigation begins with a specific type of rock.
Here we are in the heart of the Rocky Mountains. We're in an amazing place to begin with. And right here at Red Rock, we're in the midst of an amphitheater of rock.
Tombstone. I don't have one of those yet.
Miles west of Denver, Colorado, two 300-foot sandstone monoliths slope 45 degrees into the sky. Each is taller than Niagara Falls. Together, they form the wall of a unique musical venue. But there is more to these rocks than fine acoustics. These rocks tell the story of how the Rocky Mountains were made. The story begins with a mystery, 8,000 feet high in the Colorado Rockies, 60 miles northwest of Boulder. All kinds of strange impressions are found in rocks scattered over the landscape.
We find more than 100 species of marine animals right here at this site. We find sharks, we find lobsters, crabs, we find beautiful fossil clams, which are all over the place.
These fossils are crucial evidence of what existed here before the Rockies emerged.
We're sitting at about 8,000 feet in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. So when these fossils were formed, this was below the level of the ocean. This was below sea level.
This area was covered by a vast inland sea. It existed for over 30 million years and stretched from Utah to Missouri and from the Gulf of Mexico to the Arctic Sea.
And at this very site, it would have been very warm, almost tropical.
I've got no use
so
for lies.
envision maybe a
So
day
when
on
I
the
tell you
beach
that you're
in
being
Florida.
manipulated, you know I'm telling the truth.
This warm
You think the
climate
Council of
attracted a
Governors
unique
really
type of
cares
creature that
about
defied
anything but
large,
themselves?
round,
They're greedy and corrupt.
These fossils
You're a
play
tool
an
in the
important
hands
part
of the
in
unworthy,
investigation.
just
This
like I
fossil here
once
is
was.
a giant
I
fossil
was
animal.
loyal.
And
I
this
followed
animal,
orders,
this
and I
coiled
let
shell
good
right
men
here, is a
and women
relative
to their
of modern
deaths.
day squids. So the
I'll
closest
carry
living
this
relatives
demon
today are
far to my
squids,
grave.
nautiloids, octopuses, things like that. So in this big coiled shell here, the animal would have lived at this end. Tentacles stretched out right here. And this animal is really quite remarkable. It's about the size of a truck tire. And this is incredible because most ammonites aren't this big.
Nowhere else have scientists found a greater number of prehistoric creatures than here. Miller has come up with a theory why so many of them came to this area.
We think this particular fossil here was a female ammonite. And we think that in part because male squids are smaller than female squids by a lot. So just looking around the fossil deposits here, we found a male ammonite, this small one here. So compare the size of this guy to this very big one here. And when we look across this landscape, we find mostly these big ammonites. And so we think that maybe all these females got together to spawn and then died after they spawned.
When the ammonites became extinct, the map of North America looked completely different. To the north, the Canadian Rocky Mountains already existed. To the south, the American Rockies had yet to rise. The date of the ammonites' extinction holds a key to when they first emerged.
These animals died about 70 million years ago in the middle of the Western Interior Seaway. And so we know at that time, about 70 million years ago, that this site was below sea level. So we know then that the Rocky Mountains had to rise from that seaway sometime after 70 million years ago.
Today, all that is left from the ancient sea floor are these fossilized remains high in the Colorado Rockies. Next, geologists needed to find out what pushed the seafloor up. The investigation moves to these slabs of rock flanking the Rockies just outside Denver, Colorado. They are known as the Flatirons, and they are part of the same formation that make up the Red Rocks Amphitheater. These slabs of rock are unusual because they contain holes. Holes that make the Flatirons appealing to climbers and geologists alike.
So when we go climbing in the Flatirons, we're climbing on really nice handholds. In some cases, handholds that have been formed either by the pebbles in the rock or by zones of fine-grained material that are easily removed by erosion, the shales and the siltstones. Those layers get removed, leaving a notch for the hands to go in, and it makes for fantastic climbing.
The holes are a clue as to how these strangely silted Flatirons were formed.
The layers themselves, the different grain sizes in the layers, the silt, the sand, the pebbles, this tells us that these are sedimentary rocks.
Sediments form in water when sand and small pieces of rock settle on the ground. Over millions of years, they get compressed into layers of rock. Taking a closer look, Lester can find out more about the surroundings they formed in.
These were not just deposited in any kind of sedimentary situation, but they were deposited in rivers capable of transporting big particles and busting them up as it goes along.
Sheets of sand and gravel built up a thick sedimentary bed, layered cake. Rarely more than 3 degrees horizontal.
These rocks, you can see the layers in the Flatirons behind me are 60 degrees.
Something caused these vast slabs to be silted. The investigation moves 10 miles northeast to Flagstaff Mountain, located in the outer ranges of the Colorado Rockies.
I'm standing here right next to a miniature Flatiron. It's tilted like the Flatirons at about 60 degrees. How'd they get that way if it was originally stream gravel deposit?
The answer is the darker rock underneath. It is gradually looks completely different to the Flatiron rock above.
There's no layering in this rock, unlike the Flatiron rock, which does have layers. There's no pebbles in this rock, unlike the Flatiron rock, which does have pebbles.
A close-up investigation of the granite reveals that it is full of minerals. This offers another clue to how the Rockies emerged.
So I picked up this granite here, and taking a look at it, I see quartz and feldspar and a little bit of mica in here. Very characteristic of a rock like this that is cooled from a magma, from a liquid rock.
Among the minerals is iron. It is responsible for the dark color of the rock. The precise quantity of iron tells scientists the depth at which the rock was formed.
I'm sure they had some.
So we take this rock into the laboratory and do the chemistry on this rock, and we can actually determine that not only did it cool and crystallize at depth, that depth we can estimate at about 15 miles down. It's now at the surface. How did it get here? It's been pushed up by the rise of the Rocky Mountains, and in doing so, look what it's done to the Flatiron.
Scientists investigating the Rocky Mountains have found 2 clues about their early history. Are evidence that the area was once under the sea. Traces of iron and granite is evidence that rock pushed up 15 miles below the surface, tilting the Flatirons. And it didn't just happen here, but along approximately 1,000 miles of the American Rockies. Geologists now needed to find out what monumental forces were responsible for this massive upheaval. 100 million years ago, most of North America was covered by a vast inland sea. 70 million years ago, the sea retreated. The Rocky Mountains began to rise, forming a great mountain range. Scientists trying to piece together their geological past needed to solve the mystery of what lifted them up. A force capable of that amount of heavy lifting would have to have been on a global scale. Geologists believe this force was caused by plate tectonics. The Earth's crust is broken up into a series of interlocking plates. These plates are continuously over millions of years, they collide, break apart, forming continents and geological features around the world. When the Rockies formed, two of these plates smashed into each other, the American West.
What we know is that at the time of this granite uplift, on the western margin of North America, ocean crust, oceanic crust, subducting beneath North American plate, and it was doing so at a high rate of speed. As such, it was transferring stress into the interior of the continent.
As the plates moved towards each other, they squeezed the crust. Over millions of years, it folded and buckled, forming tall mountains. This was the birth of the American Rockies. But a mystery remained. How did the collision of two tectonic plates at the western edge of North America cause the rise of the Rockies 500 to 1,000 miles inland?
Mountain ranges that form on the margin. Or the continents collided. India slams into Asia begins the Himalayas, where oceanic crust dives beneath continental margins in the northwest Cascades, or in South America, Andes Mountains. These mountains here, in the middle of a continent, are much harder to explain. They've been an enigma for decades.
Only recently, geologists have come up with a plausible theory. They suspect the Rockies formed along a line where the crust is very fragile.
What happens when the continent gets compressed, especially if there's a weak zone or a zone that's prone to buckling? It rises. Come on! That's what's brought this granite to the surface.
Geologists now understood how the Rockies rose and they had a date for when it happened. But what were these early mountains like? How do they compare to the mountains? On a site in the Rockies 70 miles northwest of Denver, geologists find it.
The mountains that we see here today aren't the mountains that were around it's a very dynamic process. It's almost like the mountains are alive themselves.
Miller sets out to estimate the height of the early mountains. But how can you measure something that is no longer there? Once more, fossils provide the evidence he is looking for.
What's amazing about collecting fossils is that you're really the first person to see this crackle in a rock. It's the first time it sees light again after 60 million years.
Miller has uncovered a 60-million-year-old fossilized leaf. It's from a tree that grew here just 10 million years after the Rockies began to form.
Yeah, thank you.
And intriguingly, this leaf holds a clue to the height of these early
Might
mountains.
as well take what we can.
Or more precisely, it's the edges of the leaf, known as leaf margins. Botanists know that in colder temperatures, margins tend to have more teeth than leaves that grow in warmer areas.
Leaves with teeth do better in colder climates because teeth are actually really advantageous in jump-starting growth at the beginning of the growing season. In this case, you can see this beautiful fossil leaf here with teeth. And each of the teeth are little hotbeds of photosynthesis. So when that leaf first comes out of the bud, it gets a jump start on leaves that don't have teeth.
Miller uses this information to find out about the height of the young Rocky Mountains. In a simple but powerful technique, he compares the number of leaves with teeth to those without.
You go to a particular area and you pick up all the species of leaves that are there from the trees that are growing in that area. You compare the number of species that have teeth with the number of species that have smooth margins. That gives us some idea of what the temperature is.
So the higher the proportion of plants with jagged edges compared to plants with smooth edges, the colder the temperature of the site. And the colder the temperature, the higher the mountain.
So you got into a hot air balloon here today. You floated straight up into the atmosphere. The temperature would decrease in a very predictable way. It turns out that for about every mile you go up in the atmosphere, you lose about 20 degrees Fahrenheit. So if we know how temperature changes with elevation, we can back out elevation from those estimates.
To work out the height of the early mountain, Miller needs to compare samples from two areas, one at the base of the mountain and one at the top. Fossils found at the base of the Rockies near to present-day Denver have an amazing story to tell. These ancient leaves are incredibly similar to plants growing in the tropics today.
After the Rockies rose, down in the area of Denver, it was subtropical and tropical forests. We had palms and cycads and canopies like we see in the tropics today. Up here, we had a forest that looked probably more like a forest that grows in North or South Carolina on the east coast of the U.S.
By comparing the ancient fossil leaves from the top of the mountain with fossil leaves from the foot of the mountain, Miller has come up with a surprising conclusion.
Turns out that the fossil leaves here are predominantly toothed as compared to those that are in Denver, which are predominantly smooth margin. And it turns out the ones in Denver grew in a climate that was on average about 75 degrees Fahrenheit. The ones up here grew in a climate that was probably about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. So if we know how temperature changes with elevation, that means that this
The
site,
1st Cavalry
when
was
these
the
fossil
greatest
leaves were
fighting
deposited,
force the
was
Freestar
about a
Collective
mile
has ever
higher
seen.
than Denver. Today,
At the
it's
Battle
only
of
half.
Mira, the
So
1st
60 million
Cavalry
years
was
ago, the
destroyed.
mountains would be twice as
Why?
high as they are today.
Because the generals got scared and asked for a truce. I've got no sympathy for cowards,
It took them
or for the
10
people
million
who put them
years
in
to
power.
rise.
I've also
60
got no
million years
sympathy
ago,
for
they
those
reached spectacular heights of 28,000 feet, rivaling the Himalayas today.
Carrying enough clutter there, or should we find some more?
The deep history of the Rocky Mountains is beginning to take shape. A weak line in the crust explains why the Rockies
Back
rose
for more,
500 to 1,000 miles inland.
Of course you can, sweetie.
Fossil leaves show that the young Rocky Mountains were once nearly twice their size. Half of the rock that formed them originally has vanished. Scientists are now trying to unravel the processes that cut them down to the size they are today.
Every time you say those things, it feels like I'm in heaven. Dropping off a few choice items?
100 million years ago, a vast inland sea covered the area where the American Rockies stand tall today. 70 million years ago, the sea retreated as the Rockies began to rise.
Is that what I do?
60 million years ago, the Rocky Mountains reached their pinnacle, towering into the sky with peaks over 28,000 feet high, rivaling the Himalayas. Since then, the entire mountain range has lost nearly half its height.
Properly. I don't understand how a game
Geologists investigating the history of the Rockies are trying to discover what happened to the billions of
because
tons
they're
of
using
rock
AMD
that went
and
missing.
only building it towards AMD graphics cards. And we all know AMD graphics cards just,
The investigation starts with a
can't
mystery
handle
at
ray
the Owl
tracing.
Creek Mountains in the Wyoming Rockies. The mountains are sliced by a river that has formed a deep canyon.
Well, the Wind River is very perplexing. It chose to take a straight path right through the core of a major mountain range. This is not the way that rivers normally act. Usually it'll take the easiest route, which is downhill. But this river cut right through a major mountain range, and there's been a mystery. It's a very perplexing issue to early geologists in the region.
This river led to confusion as early as 1806, when Meriwether Lewis and William Clark mapped the area during their famous expedition to explore uncharted territory in the west. When they came to the area around the Owl Creek Mountains, they assumed there were two. North of the mountain flowed a river which they named Bighorn, thinking it was different from the Bighorn to the south. But later surveys showed that the Bighorn and Wind River are in fact one river that channeled through the mountains. Recently, geologists have come up with a possible answer that could also explain what happened to the once towering peaks of the Rockies. They propose that millions of tons of rock eroded away, filled in the valleys and covered lower parts of the mountains. It completely changed the terrain.
Let's do this.
At one point in each history, the base of the Wyoming was filled with sediment that rose off the mountains. This allowed the river to be at a higher plane and meander wherever it wanted to on its course.
Okay, go.
As the water flowed, it carved deep into the sediments of rock underneath.
Eventually, it cut down a channel into the mountain and eventually excavated right through the mountain.
But this is just a beginning. Now, geologists that eroded from the early Rockies. The investigation moves to a series of 1,000-foot tall hills in the Powder River Basin in Wyoming. Known as the Pumpkin Buttes, they stand tall in an otherwise wide and empty landscape. Hidden behind the horizon are the Bighorn Mountains, the nearest range of the Rockies. These hills are not formed from solid rock, but a collection of rubble.
This rock, which we find all over the top of Pumpkin Buttes in Wyoming, is a granite. The closest granite we find to this area is the Bighorn Mountains, nearly 100 miles west.
The round shape of the granite rocks is further proof that they traveled from afar. Tumbling downhill in rivers and landslides rounded them on their journey over millions of years. This was a crucial step in the investigation tracing the missing rock from the early Rockies. Rock and cobbles eroded down from the Bighorn Mountains and filled up the basin to at least 1,000 feet, the height of the Pumpkin Buttes.
Pumpkin Buttes are unique because this used to be the actual surface level of the basin itself. The rest has been eroded away, 1,000 feet of sediment in the basin that we see now.
But the rubble found here is nowhere near enough to cover the Alpine Mountains. McLaughlin traveled to Darton's Peak, 100 miles west in the Bighorn Mountains. On a cliff 9,000 feet high, he finds granitic cobbles that are strikingly similar to the ones on the Pumpkin Buttes. They too are from the core of the Rocky Mountains.
Any troubles you need to I'll only carry the good
core
stuff.
of the Rocky Mountains are made extensively of granite. Much like what you see here, these are from the bighorns that have been transported down, rolled, and smoothed along their way to create these smaller boulders and cobbles.
This is strong evidence that cobbles eroded from the Rockies filled in the basins and valleys to at least 9,000 feet, slowly burying the mountains under their own debris. Where once the mighty Rockies stood, there was now a gray, barren plain, with only the peaks of the old mountains piercing the surface.
I keep forgetting that I have to go to sleep on my ship and I get that bonus for
the same process has happened in other mountain chains too. There is evidence that the European Alps were also cut in half by erosion. At their base, scientists found hills formed out of millions of tons of rock that had cascaded down and reduced their height. But the story of the eroding Rockies wasn't over yet. After erosion turned the landscape into a gray cobble, another disruption happened. Look out! Evidence for this is a layer covering the top of the cobble.
Very light, it's very fine grained. It's actually a volcanic ash. As you can see, it's made of very, very fine grained sediment compared to this boulder conglomerate. It's made of big hunks of rock. It sits directly on top of this unit, and it was laid horizontally from most of the asphalt.
This fine-grained ash suggests huge volcanic eruptions nearby. They spewed out thick clouds of hot air, ash, volcanic rock settled on the ground. Radiocarbon dating the rock revealed that it happened 25 million years ago.
Ash was deposited as it came out of the sky as plumes. Most of it came from the west and was deposited in basins across the Wyoming.
After the lower Rockies were buried by their own rock, volcanic ash settled on top and covered the area with a thick white sheet.
At the time of the deepest basin fill of this volcanic material, all you would see in this area would be the very tops of the peaks exposed. The rest would be large, extensive lateral ash sheets.
Erosion and volcanism completely transformed the terrain and buried the Rockies. Then, over millions of years, rivers flushed out the eroded rock. Most of it is thought to have ended up in the Missouri and Mississippi rivers, from where it was transported into the sea. What's left are the mountains we see today. This also confirmed the theory geologists had about the formation of Wind River Canyon. The incredible amount of infill buried the Owl Creek Mountains. Wind River flowed on top and began carving into the mountains, creating the canyon we see today. The investigation into what happened to the early Rocky Mountains reveals two major clues. Granite found on the Pumpkin Buttes is evidence that the early Rockies dumped their eroded rock into the basins. Wind River Canyon, cutting straight through the Owl Creek Mountains, is evidence that the Rockies were buried by their own debris. The once mighty Rockies have now been cut down to nearly half their original size. The story was false. Before they became the mountains we know today, they would have to endure an even greater assault. 70 million years ago, a great lunar sea disappeared, and the Rocky Mountains emerged from the seafloor. 60 million years ago, they reached what it is today. Then, for millions of years, the Rockies slowly eroded away to half their original height, until 3 million years ago, another dramatic chapter in their story began, which transformed them into the mountains we know today.
Sure, we'll take that.
Photographer Bob Anderson takes to the air. He is looking for clues that will tell him how the mountains have evolved. First, he flies over Boulder Canyon in the Colorado Rockies. It is an area that has remained almost unchanged over millions of years.
So this is Boulder Canyon we're flying up right now, and you can see how the river has incised maybe a few hundred feet down into otherwise relatively rolling terrain.
The mountain peaks that existed on the young Rocky Mountains were rounded off. Rivers and streams eroded the rock.
It's this rolling terrain that the landscape looked like after the mountain building event that ended about 50 million years ago.
Anderson climbs higher to Long's Peak in the Rocky Mountain National Park. The terrain changes. Instead of rolling hills, there are rugged mountains with steep, jagged cliffs. It's evidence that another force has been
force the Freestar Collective has ever seen.
The most famous of these cliffs is the Diamond.
The first cavalry was
named for its shape. It's a
All
vertical
that
wall
junk
with
you're
a
hauling
sheer
is seriously slowing
900-foot
down.
drop. The summit,
Whatever you
about
need.
45,000 square
Bring me
feet,
anything
is
useful?
the same size as a football field.
Well, we're flying beside Long's Peak, one of the biggest climbing challenges in the Rockies. For a century, it's been a climbing mecca. It's a gorgeous, intact piece of rock.
This awesome wall is the most difficult climb in the whole of the Rockies. And since it was officially open to climbers in 1960, has claimed over 50 lives. Back on the ground, Anderson is looking for evidence that will reveal the processes that shaped the giant peaks. On the hillside, he finds mysterious large boulders scattered across the valley. Bring it on! A closer look uncovers some secrets their origin.
Well, I'm standing in front of a rounded boulder that itself is sitting on a smooth bedrock outcrop. Both the boulder and the outcrop are covered in lichen here of green to black, gray colors. And therefore I had to whack off a piece of the rock in order to see inside the rock. And indeed it is different. The minerals that I see and the texture of the rock is different from the underlying rock. And therefore the rock is a foreign to this particular site.
Anderson searches the ground for more clues as to how this massive boulder got here. Nearby, he finds a smooth surface, very fine scratch marks.
Sitting on a polished surface. This little piece right here is smooth to the touch. And if I look at it in a certain way that the light glints off of it just right, I can see that there are scratches running in this direction across the surface.
The only force that could have produced these fine parallel scratches on the rocks is ice. And lots of it. It's a clue that a massive glacier once filled this valley.
And that tells me that the glacier came down valley, came across this surface, and eroded it. Each one of these scratches corresponds to a sand grain embedded in the soul of the ice that, just like sandpaper, smooths off the surface. So billions of sand grains over thousands of years will have eroded this surface.
As glaciers flowed down the valley, they picked up rocks and grit. The ice pushed down on these cutting tools with the weight of over 1,000 fully loaded garbage trucks. It left scratch marks all over the Rockies up to 1,000 feet high. This is evidence that a massive wall of ice covered this part of the Rockies and shaped the mountains. The ice ripped out the rocks from the valley wall and left behind rugged edges.
For the last 2 million years, perhaps 3 million years, glaciers have come and gone from the Rocky Mountains. And every time they come across the landscape, they're capable of eroding that landscape at rates that are perhaps fractions of an inch per year. Meaning that over the course of one glacial cycle, you perhaps erode 20 feet of rock.
Ice also created the broad canyons. With every ice age, new glaciers ground their way down V-shaped river valleys and turned them into broad U-shaped canyons.
Keep your searching, then make it quick.
For the glacier, the whole valley is its channel. Any place where the glacier touches the wall, it's capable of eroding. And therefore, the walls will be made more vertical on the edges and be flattened on the base until it gets to now a U-shape, which then propagates downward.
Ice also explains the presence of these boulders. They hitchhiked at the bottom of a glacier down the frozen valley. When the last ice age came to an end and the glaciers melted about 10,000 years ago, the boulders left behind. Scientists had found 2 pieces of evidence that were responsible for the jagged looks of the Rockies today. A solitary boulder foreign to the area could have only been transported here by ice. Striations showed scientists that a glacier at least 1,000 feet thick covered the Rockies. Ice was responsible for the dramatic shape of the Rockies today. But the mountains keep evolving. Recently, scientists discovered alarming evidence that they may collapse into a deep rift. For the last 70 million years, depression, erosion, and ice have sculpted the Rocky Mountains to their present formation. But the geology that created this impressive mountain range has also the potential to destroy it. Over the last 25 million years, a gigantic rift has been opening up the southern end of the Rocky Mountains. It stretches over 160,000 square miles and is known as the Rio Grande Valley. Geologists are eager to investigate how this giant rifting valley could have is dominated by bright yellow porous rock known as travertine. Curiously, geologists think this rock forms from water.
Water has some unusual characteristics. That is, this water is capable of precipitating a deposit of rock called travertine. It's the kind of scale.
Travertine rock is made out of calcite, the same material that builds up limescale. These rocks grow very rapidly, some enlarge by a few inches per month.
About a liter of the water will be able to drop out to precipitate a little pile of calcite about as big as an aspirin can.
Like limestone building up in a hot water tank, travertines form around warm springs. Measurements confirm that the water temperature around the travertines is roughly 77 degrees. Besides the ability to build rock, this hot water has other secrets to tell. Laura Crossy and Carl Carlson have a hunch that the water is warmed up by heat from the Earth's interior, rising up through cracks in the rock. They form as the Rift Valley pulls apart. Climbing down a cave 25 feet below the surface, they are hoping to find further evidence. The water contains microbes. They are microscopically small organisms. Most of them consist of only one cell. When scientists analyzed their genes in the lab, they found something remarkable.
Found in springs like this in DNA analysis. Much more like find in mid-ocean ridges than like the rivers and streams with respect to the continental setting.
Mid-ocean ridges are very long mountains under the sea. Just like the Rift Valley, they also form in geologically active areas where lava constantly erupts and builds up new crust. Any living organism surviving there will be able to cope with these hot conditions.
The springs here, mid-ocean ridges, are also characterized by the upwelling cottonwoods, indicating that
Kill these people.
The microbes suggest deep tectonic forces are at work, but there is even more compelling evidence. Carlson and Crossy find an unusually high amount of gas bubbling up from the water.
Samples are kind of funny. Looks like it started up in the water, built up, made upside down in the water, and the gas displaced the water until it's full of gas.
A lab analysis identifies the gas as helium. This is the conclusive evidence that deep tectonic forces are at work here.
Helium is the interesting motion, since the smoking gun evidence it comes from. Helium-3 that we're most interested in, and that form of
The magma is a quantum material 30 miles below the surface. It is made up of hot, molten rock. In areas where magma moves up, pressure on top of it decreases and gases such as helium are released. They find their way through faults and cracks until they reach the surface. So helium gas is conclusive proof that geological forces deep under the earth are building up. Is devastating.
the area that's tectonically active, different way to think of building them. This area is the next stage in the life sometimes of a mountain belt where it starts to collapse, it starts to extend.
As hot magma surges upwards from 30 miles below the surface, it forces the area on top to spread. The surface stretches and thins and opens up a deep chasm. As the rift opens, the mountains to each side crumble out.
You can think of a piece of taffy that's being stretched and it might break at the top, and those breaks would lower pieces of they would drop down. And once you have a what's called a fault valley, then the sediments wash in from the high mountains. It's an immense structure. It's about 6 miles deep. It's about as deep as Mount Everest is high. But it's when you drive across it or you look at it from any vantage point, you don't see that entire depth because it's all been filled with sand and gravel progressively as the extension took place.
Today, the Rio Grande Rift stretches over 160,000 square miles from Mexico in the south, where it's broadest, to Colorado in the north, where it's only just begun to open up.
This rift is propagating northwards into the higher Colorado Rockies. What's going to happen to Colorado, those mountains will probably collapse by rifting as the rift propagates, zippers northward. And you can visualize that what's now in Colorado is more similar to what was in New Mexico before the Rio Grande Rift opened and before the mountains collapsed.
Looking ahead in the distant future, there could be challenging times. The tectonic forces that created the Rockies could eventually lead to their destruction.
When we think about the great continental rifts, the Rio Grande Rift, the question arises, is the continent going to split apart here? If this rift carries on, are we going to have beach property right here? The realtors are very interested in this.
The formation of the Rocky Mountains is a remarkable story. 70 million years ago, the death of ancient Ammonites marked the rise of the Rocky Mountains from the retreating inland sea. 60 million years ago, leaves with jagged margins grew on the mountains that were twice as high as today. 10,000 years ago, a solitary boulder marked the retreat of the last glacier that sculpted the Rockies. Helium gas in the Rio Grande Valley today is a clue that the area deep under the surface is active again. If rifting continues, the Rio Grande Valley widens. The area of the Rocky Mountains would one day rip apart. A new sea would move in, like the vast inland sea that covered the area 70 million years ago. The Rocky Mountains, the great backbone of North America,
I'd be happy to carry a few things for you.
And the continent would once more split. Living proof that the Earth is never at rest.
No, we done talking already.
Earth, a unique planet, restless and dynamic. Continents shift and clash. Volcanoes erupt. Huge glaciers. Leaving behind a trail of geological. One of Earth's most intriguing mysteries is the presence of a huge arc of geological destruction surrounding the Pacific. It is known as the Ring of Fire. Three-quarters of Earth's volcanoes are situated here, and 90% of all earthquakes also occur along this line. Over the last 200 years, disasters here have claimed over 1 million lives. Now, scientists set out to discover why these volcanoes and quakes occur all around the margins
we have
of
to
the
assume
Pacific
that sooner
Ocean.
or later they'll find us
And
here.
to
Starting
find
now,
out
we
what
keep regular
powers
combat
them.
patrol on orbit with on-deck pilots
Unlocking the mysteries of this awesome force of geology will bring the scientists one step closer to understanding
all the good they
how
do. Just
the
remember that they're
Earth
still
was
puppets
made.
of the corrupt and spineless government, and that turned its back on us, and they aren't coming here to talk.
The Ring
I
of
know
Fire
you're
is one of the most
be ready to do
extensive
what's
zones of
necessary when the
destruction
time
on
comes.
planet Earth. Its most visible features are the hundreds of volcanoes that line the shores
really don't
of the
like
Pacific
us.
Ocean. They form an arc,
Airplane.
which extends 25,000 miles from South America, along America's northwest coast to Alaska, and then down through Russia, Japan, and Southeast Asia, all the way to New Zealand. Cataclysmic eruptions have occurred here throughout history.
believe the scope of the operation the FC was running here.
Indonesia.
It's a miracle that the fighting ended at all.
The Krakatoa volcano blew itself to pieces, creating the loudest sound in recorded history. June 1991, the Philippines. Mount Pinatubo blasted debris 22 miles into the atmosphere. Suffocating ash swamped over 2,500 square miles. And in May 1980, Mount St. Helens caused $1 billion of damage. The ever-present threat from these volcanoes makes it essential for scientists to understand the forces that power them. The investigation begins here, in Alaska. This land of rugged beauty marks the most northern extreme of the Ring of Fire. 75% of all the volcanoes in the United States are situated in Alaska, making it a perfect laboratory for volcanologists. The first step is to discover how the Ring of Fire's giant volcanoes form.
We're headed to Augustine Volcano, which lies in Cook Inlet, and it's part of the chain of volcanoes that extends all the way down into the Aleutian Islands.
It's a 60-mile journey out across the frigid Alaskan water. In the distance, the volcano soon appears.
There's the Augustine Volcano over there. It's going to be a perfect day to visit.
From high above the clouds, Dr. Bull can gain a clear view of the volcano's distinctive outline. Augustine is a stratovolcano, the type of volcano found all around the Ring of Fire.
Stratovolcanoes are quite unique in that they are shaped as beautiful cones, and Augustine is a perfect example of that.
Augustine last exploded in January 2006, the most recent of 7 eruptions here since 1935. Over the years, solidified lava flows have gradually built up on the volcano's flanks. To investigate what makes these volcanoes so dangerous, Dr. Bull climbs high up on the side of one of these lava flows.
This lava is made up of blocks. There's bits that are a little denser than others, and you can see there's a lot of different pieces to it. So we call this a blocky lava flow.
This blocky lava provides a crucial clue as to why the Ring of Fire volcanoes can be so deadly.
This lava is more thick when it comes out of the volcano, and its thickness will have an effect on how it runs down the slope. The thickness or viscosity of lavas can be shown in a number of ways. Hawaii lavas are quite runny. Honey is a perfect example of that. If you have the volcano putting out Hawaii-like lava, it's going to run quite easily down the rock. Whereas if you have something more like these blocky lavas, they're going to be a little bit more like peanut butter. They'll still run, but the viscosity is much greater.
The viscosity of lava is primarily determined by the amount of silica it contains. Silica is the most abundant mineral in Earth's crust.
The more silica, the thicker or more viscous a lava is likely to be.
Hawaiian lava contains little silica, so it's runny and produces a relatively flat landscape. But Ring of Fire lavas are rich in silica, making them sticky and less able to flow, creating tall, cone-shaped stratovolcanoes. During the 2006 eruption of Augustine, thermal imaging cameras were used to study the volcano. They showed this sticky lava building up layer upon layer. But the thickness of this lava also makes these volcanoes lethal.
Because these volcanoes
have lava that is thick. Things don't move through them very well. And bubbles of gases can build up.
Deep in the earth, under immense pressure, molten rock called magma contains dissolved gas. But as this magma rises, the pressure decreases. This drop in pressure means bubbles of the gas begin to appear, just like opening a bottle of soda. If the magma is runny, these gases can safely escape. But in sticky, silica-rich ring of fire magma, the gases can get trapped, often with terrible consequences.
It's like trying to have a bubble move through peanut butter. It won't happen quite so easily. So there's a lot of pressure that builds up. And once that pressure builds up, it reaches a point where it can't take all that pressure anymore.
The result? Giant explosions caused by the catastrophic buildup of gas inside the molten rock. This is the reason Ring of Fire volcanoes can be so dangerous. But it's not usually the initial explosion that kills. It's what happens next.
Those explosive eruptions can create plumes that go up for tens of miles.
Sorry about that.
When these plumes run out of energy, they can collapse back down the sides of the volcano in a superheated avalanche of ash and gas. With temperatures of 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit and speeds over 100 miles per hour, these flows destroy everything in their path.
No idea what you are.
A terrifying consequence of the explosive eruptions caused by gases building up inside thick lava. In the next stage of her investigation, Dr. Bull searches for clues as to how this sticky lava forms. On Augustine's lower slopes, she hunts for lava samples from inside the volcano. This giant block of solidified sticky lava was once molten magma deep underground. It was blasted out here during an eruption, and it came with some intriguing evidence.
So what I'm seeing in this rock is a lot of minerals and a little bit in some cases of hornblende.
The presence of these hornblende crystals provides a crucial clue to how the magma formed.
This is important in telling us something about magma conditions where the hornblende crystallize. Hornblende is a mineral that only forms in the presence of water.
These hornblendes show water exists deep in the earth. Scientists suspect this water plays a crucial role in creating the magma that powers volcanoes. Deep underground, rocks are hot and semi-solid. It might seem that the presence of water would cool them down. But that's not what happens. This water, which is under huge pressure, alters the rock's structure and causes them to melt, forming plumes of magma. This molten rock soars up to the surface, building giant volcanoes.
That's calibrated.
Without water causing magma formation deep underground, these Ring of Fire volcanoes would simply not exist.
A lot of this process we're still working on and we don't understand, but there's a fair amount of it that we do. And water has a very significant role in when and how rocks melt.
The investigation into why the Ring of Fire is so dangerous has uncovered two important pieces of evidence. Blocky lava flows are evidence of thick, viscous magma which traps gases inside volcanoes, leading to explosive eruptions. And hornblende crystals reveal that water deep underground encourages the formation of the magma that powers the volcanoes. Next, the geology detectives figure out how this water gets underground and make a remarkable discovery: the chemical signature of microscopic organisms inside the volcanoes. All around the Ring of Fire, explosive magma is forming deep underground, fueled by water. Solving the mystery of where this water comes from is the key to how scientists will figure out why the Ring of Fire is so dangerous. The investigation now turns to Mount Lassen, an active volcano in Northern California. Surrounding the volcano are bubbling hot springs, boiling mud,
Well, hello, sunshine.
and
Glad to
volcanic
haul
vents
whatever you
called
need.
fumaroles, belching superheated steam and gas. All this thermal activity is driven by the immense heat rising from magma deep underground. By sampling the gas coming from these fumaroles, scientists hope to discover the source of the water which causes the magma to form.
This device measures temperature. The temperature of this fumarole is 92.5 degrees C, about 200 degrees Fahrenheit. So just about at the boiling point for this elevation. And that's what we want for a good gas sample, a good boiling fumarole. So you can see what's happening at the surface here, all the steam coming out of the ground, but it's the gases that are along with this steam that we look at closely. And the composition of those gases tell us about what's happening at various depths beneath the ground where we can't see.
Tests on these gases, collected from volcanoes all around the Pacific Ring of Fire, have revealed something surprising. The gases contain carbon-12, a type of carbon that comes from living organisms. The specific levels of C12 found here are the unique signature of tiny sea organisms called phytoplankton. Billions of phytoplankton live in the ocean. As they grow, they absorb carbon-12 into their cells. When they die, they fall to the bottom, forming layers of sediment. In this way, their carbon-12 is transferred to the seafloor. Intriguingly,
how is it that you
scientists have found this same carbon-12 pouring out of volcanoes all around the Ring of Fire.
Volcanoes of the Cascade Range have carbon dioxide that's very rich in carbon-12, and it's almost like you're cooking oceanic sediments that are rich in phytoplankton down deep beneath these volcanoes to generate the carbon dioxide you see coming out the top. That links this carbon dioxide to organic sediments way offshore in the ocean. The organic matter that was originally phytoplankton becomes carbon dioxide that we see at the surface.
Seafloor sediments are getting into volcanoes, and these sediments contain seawater.
To our next chat.
This is the water that causes the rocks to melt below the volcanoes, forming magma. But a mystery remains. The magma plumes feeding the volcanoes lie sometimes hundreds of miles from the ocean. The scientists now have to figure out how the sediments loaded with seawater are moving so far inland. To find out, the investigation heads for Alaska's Chugach Mountains. The research here begins with an analysis of the local rocks.
Oh, this is a really neat boulder that's right here. And what you can see in it is that there's this whole mixture of rock types. You can see that there's this black stuff, which would have originally been mud. There's several different colors of kind of greenish rocks, which would be kind of different flavors of volcanoes. So here it looks like there's limestone. And I'm going to put some acid here. If it fizzes, it's limestone. And this would have formed in the ocean. And so this is made up of bodies that got incorporated into this rock.
The presence of jumbled oceanic rocks 20 miles from the sea is evidence that something remarkable is happening at the bottom of the ocean.
The fact that you have this mixture of rock types here is evidence that the seafloor is moving.
Geologists know that only an enormous process is called subduction, that shift these mixed ocean sediments heat. Subduction occurs when the seafloor moves and slides down under the land. As it descends, the top sediment layers are scraped off by the land like a snowplow scoops up snow. They're pushed up into a huge mound of mixed up rocks. The Chugach Mountains were formed in this way. The seafloor, loaded with water, now continues down into the earth. This is how seawater gets deep underground, where it creates the magma plumes that build the Ring of Fire's explosive volcanoes.
Where we're at right now, the Pacific is subducted beneath us to the northwest, at this northern part of the Ring of Fire. It's about 20 miles beneath our feet right here. But we're off that way where the volcanoes are, it's about 60 miles beneath our feet there. So as it goes to the northwest, it splits and then brings water and sediment into the earth that ends up partly melting in the mantle. Melt, it rises as magma to volcanoes.
The investigation to discover how water is getting down below Ring of Fire volcanoes has turned up intriguing clues. Carbon-12 samples indicating that ocean sediments are getting deep below the Ring of Fire's volcanoes. And mixed rocks in the Chugach Mountains, 20 miles inland from the ocean, are evidence that the whole seafloor is on the move, sliding deep under the land. This process is the engine that powers the Ring of Fire's killer volcanoes. But deep underground, the Ring of Fire hides another, even more deadly secret. Earthquakes that can destroy entire cities. The Ring of Fire, a lethal line of volcanoes. 75% of all the volcanoes on the planet. These fiery peaks encircling the Pacific Ocean are built by tremendous forces deep in the earth. Eruptions here have taken many thousands of lives and destroyed billions of dollars of property. But an even bigger killer is present on the Ring of Fire. Earthquakes. 90% of the world's quakes occur in the land around the Pacific, often with disastrous results. Sumatra, September 2009. A giant earthquake left more than 1,000 people dead. Mexico, September 1985. More than 9,000 people were killed by a massive magnitude 8 quake that shook Mexico City. And Alaska, March 1964. North America's greatest ever recorded earthquake near Anchorage. This quake was so powerful, ground movements were observed 4,000 miles away in Florida. Such awesome power drives scientists on to discover why these deadly quakes occur all around the Ring of Fire. The investigation moves to Prince William Sound, 36 miles from the epicenter of the 1964 Alaskan disaster.
We're at the northern edge of the Ring of Fire, and we're going to be looking at evidence for how geologically active this area is.
What's happening, darling?
Heusler heads for Montague Island, a place that's permanently scarred by the powerful forces which shape this entire region. On land, he finds a rugged, boulder-strewn shoreline.
I can't believe it. You just took on some of the best mercenaries.
You can see we're at the edge of the ocean. We're in a high-energy environment. There's boulders all over the place, and we're at the top of the beach.
We'd have had
Waves
more
have
like
been
you in the
crashing
war.
here, and
could've
basically
planted
getting rid of the
our
little
flag
tiny
in
rocks,
Atlantis.
leaving only boulders behind. And then right here, you can see that these boulders are kind of lined up against each other like dominoes, and so it takes big waves to sort of
fought
flip
because
these
you had
over
to.
and line them up
You
kind of like
fought
dominoes
well.
like that right here.
Don't apologize.
But it's not this rocky beach that
More
reveals how
importantly,
violent Ring of
you
Fire
survived.
quakes can be.
Most soldiers
The real
don't.
evidence lies 1/4 of a mile in
because I'm the one who led them to their death. You don't know what it's like to look around and see the
Heusler
faces
hunts
of
through the
warriors
thick
who
undergrowth.
trusted you to lead them as they die screaming. I watched brave men
Hidden by the trees is a near identical line of boulders.
monsters. I saw mech pilots
We
cooked
hiked in,
alive.
thrashed through the alders, the Alaskan jungle up to here. We're probably 25
Those
or 30
deaths
feet
didn't
above
have to
sea
be
level at this
meaningless.
point. And what we have here is a beach.
Spineless
I mean, this is
leaders
basically a
gave up on
perfectly
us,
preserved,
even when
high-energy beach
victory was
environment
within our
like we're looking
grasp.
at down on the shoreline.
We've both
You can
seen
see here,
our
once
share
again,
of hell.
there's these big boulders
It's
that
whether or
are,
not we
sort of
allow
laid
those
over in
awful
this
memories to
domino-like
consume our
fashion,
souls that
sort of
defines
pointing
who
uphill
we are.
as a result of this big wave
You have
energy,
no
big
right to
waves
judge me.
pounding on the beach, flipping the boulders over, pointing in the uphill direction.
Innocent?
This inland raised shoreline runs for
Nobody
hundreds
is
of
innocent
yards,
while they
parallel
allow
with the
corrupt
ocean.
leaders to take control. The Free Star Collective has
It's a
lost
key
its way.
piece of evidence, and it can only
The
mean
dream
one thing.
that we fought for died a long time
The
ago.
land itself must have recently risen up out of the ocean, taking the entire shoreline with it.
It means that there was an event that was essentially an instant in which this region was uplifted to this elevation and made this here. This has to have been a
You really
result
want to
of a big
know?
earthquake.
Because you might not
Really
like
cool.
the answer. Last
What we're
chance,
looking at here
deputy.
is a result
You
of
can
the
walk away right now
1964
and remain
Great Alaska
blissfully
earthquake.
ignorant,
Pretty much right here
thinking
where we're
you
at,
fight
where there was the
for a
largest
noble
uplift that occurred.
cause. But if you
The
still
massive
want the
earthquake
truth,
here not only lifted the land out of the sea, it also
shatter that
caused a
illusion for
wave
you.
of destruction,
Right
devastating
now.
nearby anchorage.
It was a magnitude 9.2. It was the second largest earthquake ever recorded on Earth. It was just
Because I can
enormous.
prove it.
It lasted 4.5 minutes of ground shaking.
What happened throughout this region offers evidence
see
of the
about
type
that.
of quake that makes the Ring of Fire
Not
so
long
dangerous.
after I started the first, I was
So we know
contacted
from
by
this
a man
kind
in
of
the city
earthquake that occurred
representing
here in
some
1964 that this was a
influential.
thrust type earthquake, or even there was a
I
fancy
refused to
term,
work for a
mega
shadow
thrust
client,
earthquake, because it was
so
so
we
big that
agreed to
occurred
set up
right
a
here.
meeting.
And this is a result of
That's why he
one
didn't announce the
one
thing.
piece of rock
Wrong.
over another, or
showed
one
up.
underneath the other.
He offered me a lucrative
Megathrust
contract
quakes
to
like
take
this are
possession
the
of
most
certain
powerful
farms
on
throughout
Earth
Freestar space.
and are one of the great dangers
quite
of
an
the Ring of Fire.
accusation.
If they occur under the ocean, they can generate killer waves called tsunamis. The Great Alaskan Earthquake
All
of
I know is that after we cleared
1964
the place
caused a
out,
tsunami
Hope
over
was sending in
200
some
feet
kind of
high.
machinery.
Waves
Our job
traveled
was to
over
make sure nobody saw
1,700
the
miles,
operation.
claiming lives as far away as California. But this disaster
To
was
keep the
nothing
Rangers
compared
off
to
the
what
sun.
happened in 2004.
Hope wanted to hit a lot of places quickly and finish whatever he was doing before word
On
spread.
December 26th,
We
tragedy
needed
struck
another
when
ship
an enormous
to use his
underwater
timetable.
megathrust earthquake
So
off
he
the
gave us
Asian
the
coast
intel necessary to
generated
steal one
monster
from his
waves.
factory.
The
It
coastlines
also
of
let
14
him
countries were
play the
swamped,
victim.
killing more than
Keep suspicion
200,000 people.
to a minimum.
The vast scale of this disaster was a brutal indication of the power of
critics were
megathrust
good,
earthquakes.
But yeah, getting some payback.
It's given
is the
urgency
real
to finding
reward.
out why these quakes happen all around the Ring of Fire.
You think I've lost? Is that it? I have lost.
Once again, the Alaskan landscape is
go
the
find
perfect geological laboratory.
And tell him what I've told you.
Headed to a seismic station.
And you can deal out whatever
South
justice
Central Alaska,
you see
near the
fit.
tip of the Kenai Peninsula.
You do your job, and I get one last piece.
Millions of years of the Ring of Fire's volcanic activity
If what
and
he
rippling
says is true,
earthquakes
then
have
there's
given
no
Alaska an
question Ron
incredibly
Hope
rugged
has to
landscape.
answer for what he's done.
It's not easy to find a flat spot to land.
Don't bother.
Clear on my side.
We're trying to take you in quietly. Violence is not the answer, Major.
I'm gonna make this easy for you, Deputy.
High on the hillside
I'm gonna
lies
die
West
the way I
Seismic
lived.
Station,
Weapon in
protected
hand,
under the yellow
no
cover from the
compromise, no
elements
fear.
and the local
But
base.
first, here, take this. Use
So
it to
this
cut out the weakness rotting at the heart of the
Our seismic
Freestar Collective.
stations. This is one of the
When the next war
many
comes,
seismic stations that dot the state
it
of
will
Alaska.
come. The collective needs to be strong.
Several thousand seismic stations
Now
like
my
this
unit's
exist,
waiting for
all the
me.
way from Alaska down to California.
This whole system together monitors any kind of seismic activity, any sort of earthquakes throughout this whole area. It's part of the whole network. Around here, on the mainland, throughout this whole area. So the seismic data not only to judge the severity of the
Find anything
earthquake,
useful?
but also take it across the stations to pinpoint the location of that earthquake. In Alaska, we're looking at about 1,500 earthquakes every month. And you take all of those together and you start to see patterns. They map out a ribbon of earthquake activity that follows all along the coast.
This ribbon of earthquake activity extends all around the Ring of Fire.
Nice. That was a little better than the one I think I have.
But it is what scientists can see below the surface that is most revealing.
Bats.
If you look at it from the
I
side,
can beat the bats.
you see that actually the earthquakes that are happening close to the ocean tend to be shallow, but as you go inland, they're deeper. And they create this dipping feature that starts out in the ocean and then dips down beneath the continent.
This giant dipping feature provides conclusive evidence for how the megathrust earthquakes are generated. The earthquake epicenters exactly follow the path taken by the seafloor as it moves down underneath the volcanoes. Earthquakes are triggered as the rocks slide past each other down into the earth. It is this subduction of the seafloor beneath the land which creates the Ring of Fire's lethal megathrust quakes and builds its explosive stratovolcanoes.
So all of these observations, the volcanoes, the line of seismic activity, the big earthquakes at the interface, all of those are part of one system. They all tie together and are interrelated.
The investigation into why the Ring of Fire is prone to such lethal earthquakes reveals a raised shoreline, evidence that the Ring of Fire suffers the most violent megathrust earthquakes. And seismic data shows that these killer quakes are caused by subduction, the movement of the seabed, which also builds the Ring of Fire's giant volcanoes. To discover exactly where this awesome process of subduction occurs, oceanographers search for the deepest and most inaccessible places on the entire planet.
Medpacks, man. They use so many medpacks in this thing.
The journey to understand why the Pacific Ring of Fire is so volatile has revealed the critical role of subduction, which pushes the seabed deep down into the earth. In Alaska's Prince William Sound, investigators search for where the seafloor is vanishing below the land.
40 more guys.
There are ridges, outcrops, canyons, gullies, mountains underwater. And so the ability to make a continuous map of the seafloor and get a full picture of it gives you the ability to understand how the seafloor is put together and what it has to do with the way the earth functions.
Murray was dead to begin with. There's no doubt whatever
Reynolds is
about
using
that.
high-tech
The register
echo-sounding
of the burial
technology
was
to
signed by
monitor the
clergyman,
exact
clerk
depth
the
of the
undertaker,
seafloor.
and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it.
A sound wave is sent from beneath the ship.
Good upon
The time it takes to reach the seafloor and return gives an accurate reading of depth.
Charles Dixon's
Reynolds' research shows that all around the Alaskan coast, the seabed is relatively shallow. But farther out towards the open ocean, the readings change dramatically.
So in general, around the world, when you go out from land, you cross over a relatively flat shelf, down the slope and into the deep ocean basin, which is very flat. But around the Ring of Fire, as you go out from land, across the shelf, down the slope, instead of going directly into a flat ocean basin, you go across a very deep trench. These trenches are the deepest areas on the planet. And the one around Alaska reaches approximately 21,000 feet.
These
just
giant
get here and
features
there.
are called subduction
Some even
trenches.
goes into there, I
The
see.
largest are deep enough to swallow all of Mount Everest. They mark the exact spot where the seafloor disappears down into the earth. The process that jolts the land in megathrust earthquakes and forms the volcanoes that make the Ring of Fire so dangerous.
The Ring of Fire is named for these volcanoes that circle the Pacific Ocean. But offshore of the volcanoes, wherever you have a chain of volcanoes, you also have one of these deep ocean trenches.
The location and shape of the Ring of Fire is determined not by its famous volcanoes, but by the position of these deep subduction trenches miles out in the ocean. And by mapping the location of all the trenches in the Pacific Ocean, scientists have made a further, even more significant discovery. High-tech imaging has made it possible for scientists to visualize the Earth drained of its oceans. This reveals that these deep trenches outline the edge of a giant rock slab
Some more
or
things
plate
to add to your
that
collection,
makes up
perhaps?
the entire floor of the Pacific Ocean. This huge Pacific plate is one of 14 plates which cover the entire surface of the planet. Subduction occurs where this plate rubs against one of its neighbors, producing the line of volcanoes which extends all around the Pacific. But the investigation isn't finished. Experts journey to Tiger Mountain in Washington State to figure out how such huge plates can be shifted against each other.
GPS that you use to drive around can tell you where you're at on a city block or on a street to within a meter or so. But in geology, we're interested in centimeter to millimeter accuracy so that we can track the changing of the land. It's much more subtle.
People that inhabited this location left in quite a state.
High on the mountainside, Flake has set up a GPS marker point.
Here we are on Tiger Mountain. This is our GPS unit. What we have is these metal rods going into solid bedrock, cemented in so that there's no motion. This GPS antenna allows us to measure point positions per day of where this spot is.
A network of these GPS antennas across North America provides evidence for the monumental forces which power the Ring of Fire.
This is just a single antenna. There's hundreds all across the western United States to give us a better picture of what's going on with the ground surface. By combining all the data of these GPS, we're able to see that North America is actually moving.
The entire continent is moving westwards at about 3 inches per year. This movement is possible because the Earth's crust rides upon a hot, soft layer of rock called the mantle.
Well, the mantle is so hot and it's such a high pressure, and the temperature is hotter as you get towards the center of the Earth. That's going to want to move out and convect, just like a boiling pot of water. And so it creates a convection current coming up to the surface, which then drags along those plates on top.
These phenomenal convection currents force the Pacific Plate into its neighbors, driving the process of subduction.
As the plates get dragged by the mantle convection currents, they impede upon other plates. One has to give, so one dives down underneath another, and then the trapped water from its ocean sediment escapes and melts the upper lying mantle, and that creates hot magma that rises to the surface and creates the volcanoes that form around the Ring of Fire.
The investigation into the forces that drive the Ring of Fire has now found subduction trenches that reveal the shape of the entire Pacific Plate, and GPS data providing evidence for the convection currents which force this giant plate against its neighbors. It is this movement of the entire Pacific Plate and the resulting subduction of the seafloor down the trenches that shapes and builds the Ring of Fire. But one final mystery remains. Vast sections of the seafloor are constantly being destroyed. But despite millions of years of subduction down these trenches, the planet's seafloors have never been eradicated. The geology detectives can now reveal why. All around the Ring of Fire, enormous volcanoes dot a landscape warped by violent earthquakes. Offshore, the seafloor is swallowed down giant subduction trenches. But despite millions of years of subduction, the area of seafloor remains roughly the same. Geologists could only assume one thing. Somewhere far out in the ocean, volcanic activity must be creating new seafloor rocks, replacing those destroyed here during subduction. Beginning in 1977, a series of expeditions set out to investigate where this occurred. Scientists realized that if volcanic activity was constructing new seabed, the surrounding water should be warm. The Alvin submersible was equipped with high-tech sensors to discover where this warm water existed. To begin with, the crew searched the seafloor without any luck. But then they hit the jackpot. A column of rock pumping out superheated water. This is a black smoker. Measurements of the water around these features have found temperatures in excess of 750 degrees Fahrenheit.
We're gonna get front hope right off the bat.
This heat
we
comes
should
from
probably
magma
go talk to
welling
the
up
marshal
from inside the planet.
before we do that.
It was a discovery that provided the evidence the scientists found.
Attack and cancel now.
Powerful convection currents in the mantle separate Earth's plates, allowing lava to sail out onto the seabed.
New oceanic crust is constantly being formed out of the mid-ocean ridges. That crust moves away from those ridges toward the edge of the continents where we're located now.
In this way, the seafloor is constantly renewed, replacing material destroyed by subduction at the edges of the ocean. These mid-ocean ridges exist at the bottom of every ocean on Earth. They provide a never-ending supply of new rock, keeping alive the entire plate tectonic cycle.
Well, this is a planetary scale process.
Picks up my ship too.
This is the planet itself circulating, and the rock and the magma from deep inside the Earth welling up to the surface, forming this crust, and then that crust dives back down.
So great is the power driving this system that experts see no end to the constant movement of plates around the planet.
The forces involved with plate tectonics caused by the heating from the inner core of the Earth is so astronomical that there is nothing that will stop it.
It seems like the Ring of Fire will go on for some period of time. It looks as if we've been having subduction here underneath southern Alaska on the order of 200 million years, and it looks like there's no evidence.
I picked up something you might be interested in.
But over the coming billions of years, the ongoing movement of plates will redraw the map of the world.
Two of us make quite the pair,
The Pacific plate is moving, and
yeah,
things
take a
on
look
it
at this.
ride with the plates that are being subducted. So, for example, the Hawaiian Islands are moving up here to Alaska.
And it's fine.
Parts of California are moving up here to Alaska. Baja California is moving north here to Alaska. So apparently Alaska's a popular place to be. It'll be the resting place of all these things.
Bye, love. Whatever you need.
So the map of the Pacific will slowly change, driven by the immense force of subduction. This is the real story of the Ring of Fire. Subduction creates the magma plumes which build the region's explosive volcanoes. Subduction powers the violent megathrust earthquakes that shake the region, leveling whole cities in seconds and causing killer tsunamis.
This process of subduction just releases an enormous amount of energy through both earthquakes, through building these mountains, through volcanoes. It's just really inconceivably huge.
This is what makes the Ring of Fire the most geologically active and most deadly place on the entire planet.
You see the whole picture of creation and destruction of a plate in the Pacific Ocean. And the Ring of Fire is the boundary of that cycle, and it's the place where all the destruction is happening.
Geology detectives have now pieced together the evidence for what makes the Ring of Fire so dangerous and discovered what powers it. Violent eruptions of explosive, blocky lava build the Ring of Fire's famous volcanoes. Mixed rocks from the seafloor found miles inland are evidence for the process of subduction that builds the volcano. Raised shorelines are evidence for giant megathrust earthquakes caused deep underground by subduction. And GPS plots provide evidence for the immense convection currents deep in the earth which drive the entire system.
Thanks, Brad.
These giant forces have built the Ring of Fire.
This whole captain thing really well.
The energy that drives this whole convective system is really without parallel on the Earth. There's nothing else that we can compare to as far as the amount of energy and the force that moves the continents around, compresses them against one another, drags one down beneath the other. Really just awesome forces.
These forces are unstoppable. And while the shape of the Pacific will slowly change,
Keep an eye on your value.
for millions of years to come, explosive volcanoes will continue to line its shores. Dynamic proof that the Earth is never at rest.
Ready to go to the factory. Shit. Factory floor. Here we go. Let's see how spaceships are built. By robots. Breaking open. Kinda cool.
That's very generous, Mr. Hope.
It's well earned, Burkett.
As promised, here's the details. On another slate will be delivered to you shortly. It contains the locations of dozens of small, remote farms spread across the Freestar Collective. I want those farms clearly completed of those cleared completely of all occupants. I'd prefer to avoid violence, but these people can be stubborn, so do what you must. There can be no witnesses for what comes next. Once a farm has been cleared, keep the area secure as my extraction team does its work. Act quickly, especially in the areas close to Aquila. The Rangers can be slow to respond, but they'll catch on eventually. Let's make sure the job is done before then. Destroy the slate as soon as you're finished reading it. Ho ho ho! No one destroyed it. They held it on as evidence, Mr. Hope.
We set some ambitious quotas. You met everyone. Nothing ever good comes.
Well, I won't pretend it was easy, but everyone pulled together and we got it done.
I'll let you share the good news. Whenever and however you like. Good to see you again. Well, I've just received a report from the Marshal about your progress. He said you had a promising lead on the mercenaries who stole my ship. I trust you're here with good news. did you now? Well, don't keep me in suspense. Oh, the same Paxton Hull who was court-martialed during the Colony War? Well, I've never met the man, and I can't imagine why he'd make an accusation against me. Don't presume to question me. You know who I am. That two-faced bastard kept the slate. Oh, I suppose this is his revenge against the Council of Governors for what happened during the war. I'm impressed, Deputy. It's clear you have a bright future ahead of you.
What's going on? What is this about, Mr. Hope?
Nothing that concerns you, Birgit. In fact, why don't you make yourself scarce?
I think I'd like to hear what the deputy has to say.
The cards are on the table. So why not? The truth is, we've been falling behind the competition. Significantly so. We needed solutions. A few years ago, I began to diversify. We started to research chemicals, fuel, those sort of things. We developed an experimental fertilizer. And it failed utterly. It wiped out entire crops. I was prepared to write the whole thing off when we made a discovery that changed everything. Turns out, our fertilizer was transforming the soil, bolstering its mineral content tenfold. We donated the fertilizer to select homesteads and let the farmers do the work. And when the time was right, we cleared the farm and brought in machinery to harvest the mineral-rich soil. The reduction in labor and materials costs sent my profits soaring.
So those farmers poisoned themselves, and you ended up reaping profits. How can you even live with yourself?
It's nothing personal. It's just good business. I don't expect you to understand. Look around you. Everyone in this building, in this town, is depending on me. I provide the jobs that put food on their tables, clothes on their backs, and roofs over their heads. The fact is, the business hasn't been doing well lately. Without drastic action, cuts would become unavoidable. These people work hard for me, and they trust me to do the same in return. I cannot, I will not let them down. That's it. Exactly, yes. I tried to think of another way, any other way, but time was running out. It was those damn mercenaries. I never told them to hurt anyone. Oh, but they got out of hand.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. How could you do something so awful to innocent people, to families?
Not another word out of you, Birgit. I can take your job, and more. We'll discuss this later. In any case, I suppose the gig is up. I give you my word that I'll call off the operation and return the land to its rightful owners. You're right. Yeah, those families deserve to be compensated for the inconvenience. Perhaps a discount on their next purchase from HopeTech.
You're seriously turning an apology into a business pitch. That's disgusting.
With that resolved, let's talk about you. As a member of the Council of Governors, I'm authorized to award you a substantial bonus. And of course, we'll both agree to forget about my little cost-cutting endeavor. Well, let's not be too hasty, Deputy. There's something else you need to consider. I'll do what's necessary to protect my company and my employees. If you tell anyone about this, you're risking their livelihoods. Do you really want to put all these people out of work and make their families suffer? Well, I'm afraid there's no avoiding it. The past can't be changed, but the future is very much in your hands. You put me away, and this company will fall apart. You have destroyed far more lives than I did. I'll make myself very plain. I won't let you jeopardize my reputation, this company, or the people who work for me. If that means you suffer an unfortunate incident at the hands of my security personnel, so be it. I'm important. You're nothing.
You're not actually threatening to attack a Freestar Ranger, are you?
You're a despicable man, Hope. And I hope you get exactly what you deserve.
You just threatened a member of the Council of Governors. On my authority, you're stripped of rank.
My wife, man.
Declared an outlaw. Guards! Dispose of this criminal.
Well, I got some things. That's part of what I do, you know this. Right.
Don't stock up on junk.
I'm going to end you.
What was that? What the hell is a regulator? Oh. Max damage.
Next time.
Oh, Hope. Where did she go? I need that girl as a witness, man. Don't go far. Need you as a witness.
my friend.
He tried to have you killed. I don't understand. Mr. Hope always seemed like such a good person. But everything he said about the farmers and hiring those mercenaries, it was so awful. I'm just a little in shock. I'm still not sure I understand what happened. A conspiracy to steal farmland? It's just so hard to believe. That's not the Ron Hope I know. No, you're wrong. That's not all he was. He always looked out for us, for his employees. No, of course not. But there was more to him than that. He had a genuinely good side, a caring side. And now he's... You killed him. Nobody should ever want that. Especially when it means killing someone who meant so much to so many people. What happens to us now? That would be Elana Nwankwo. She seems pretty capable. Maybe we'll be okay after all. I guess we'll have to figure things out. Find a path forward.
There might be some difficult days ahead, but I wish you good luck.
Make your questions snappy. Every rivet, every piece of plating goes through my team. If you've got a Hope Tech ship, it means I've crawled through every inch of her at least once. This ain't no highfalutin New Atlantis desk job where everyone gets their after bleed and noon tea. This is Polvo. We work for a living. If you think this is tough, you try farming in the tundra. Believe me, these blockheads got it good.
Okay, so I'm just killing the owner of this company and I'm just gonna walk by, okay? See you guys later. See ya. See ya. See ya. By the way, your boss is dead over there. You too, guys. Guys, by the way, your boss is dead in the back. See you guys later. Oh, shit. Well, I did, but then I took it out and killed your boss.
Just keep it holstered.
Oh, I forgot to fix my ship.
Excuse me.
I guess they fixed it. Let's go talk to the marshal. He's getting yelled at for killing Hope.
You should inspect your ship.
And then he'll calm down because he'll realize I had to. No, I don't there, Vasco, but thank you.
Captain McCoy, do you require my assistance?
Recycled air. Just isn't the same as the real thing.
Engine's ready. Your word, Captain.
Stay in orbit or jump.
I am away. Take on me. Take. Nighttime. Milky Way. People must be exhausted on this planet all the time from the extra gravity. Like, seriously. You know, like, so if you weighed like 200 pounds, you'd be 300 pounds on this planet.
You heard of the Helios retreat?
That I killed Hope. Oh, you don't know what's going on.
Aquila's really the heart of the Freestar.
Good to see you back safe, Deputy. What's the word on the mech factory? Were the mercenaries hiding out there?
Huh.
I take it that they weren't too much trouble for you, given that you're standing here. Did you find out why the First was taking over farms? What? Ron Hope? That's one hell of an accusation, Deputy.
Are you really that surprised? Hope's always had a reputation as a man who'd do anything to succeed.
He's on the damn council, Emma.
So he can make laws favorable to his business interests. Sure, he's known to look after his people, but do you really think he gives a damn about some farmers on Montara Luna?
Did Hope explain his motives at all? That has a familiar ring to it.
I recall hearing about some Hope Tech initiative to help farmers. At the time, I just figured it was a PR stunt. Seems a little more sinister now.
Please, tell me you've got some evidence to back up these extraordinary claims. All right, let's see what you've got. Interesting. Yeah, this is pretty damning. Especially this last bit about destroying the slate. And you confronted Hope about this? Sounds like his pride got the best of him. Damn. This is going to send shockwaves throughout the Freestar Collective. If the people can't trust their leaders, anarchy could follow.
Have a little faith, Daniel. We're not the United Colonies. One bad apple won't spoil the whole damn barrel.
Easy for you to say. You ain't the Marshal.
Not yet, but you ain't gonna live forever, old man.
While we've got you here, there's one last piece of business to take care of. Emma, would you please?
With pleasure, Marshal. When you first joined us, I told you that you'd undergo an evaluation process. There's one thing left to do. A simple question. Do you feel ready to wear the badge of a full-fledged Freestar Ranger?
Oh.
Good. Duty and honor are the backbone of the Freestar Rangers. Marshal, I approve the deputy for advancement to the rank of Ranger.
Thank you, Ranger Wilcox. In your time serving as a deputy, you've shown exceptional courage, fearless tenacity, and a high regard for the safety of our citizens. By the authority granted to me by the Council of Governors, I hereby promote you to the rank of Ranger. Here's your badge. Wear it with pride. But don't forget the solemn responsibility it represents.
Thanks to my own personal biases against the Freestar Collective, I was skeptical when you originally accepted the appointment. But seeing you in this moment, I have to admit that I am bloody proud of you. Well done.
guys.
I know you will, Ranger. Let's hear it for our new Ranger.
Very own Star Eagle class starship. Whoa.
Great job, Ranger!
Nice. Right.
Congratulations. The promotion's well earned. I still can't believe Annie caught an honest-to-goodness thief.
A lot of famous people visit Aquila. Popping back a beer,
I'm
never know who you'll
always
meet.
watching. The Rangers will find all the bad people. I'm doing just great. I'm following up on a lead. Well, more like a hunch. A Ranger surveillance assistant's work is never done. I have a notebook full of it. And some people use very bad words. So I keep my... You keep doing good out there. Or I don't know.
Hiya. The Freestar Ranger's resident terminal jockey. That's me. Helga says I spend too much time at my terminal. She's probably right. I specialize in cryptography. A lot of smugglers use coded slates, so it comes in handy.
Welcome to the Rock, I guess. Well, if you're asking me to toot my own horn, I will oblige. I'm a senior ranger. I coordinate all manner of things, great and small, for our outfit. If you've ever seen the mission board, that's my baby. Being that you're one of us, might be worth checking out the mission board. Credits to be made, justice to be served. Just about the hardest way possible. I had, shall we say, a checkered past. Rangers caught me dead to rights and offered a deal. Leniency if I helped dig down my, well, criminal associates. So I took the deal. It was real touch and go, but a lot of bad guys went down. No friends of mine. Truth be told, I barely had a choice to work for them. But they were behind bars, and so was I. But I served my sentence. Searched the dark recesses of the soul. I realized the only time I felt genuinely good about myself was working with the Rangers. So after a parole for the very best of behaviors, I nagged the Rangers night and day until they gave me a chance. Haven't looked back since.
Alright, so the thing is the doctor can help me with. Hey doc, I need med packs.
Good to see you.
You getting a scrape? You seen those ashed outside? Gotta keep you Rangers in fighting shape, right?
You didn't get out of your chair, dog.
Let's have
You live there.
Ain't no other way to put... This won't take long. Okay.
But like a belt clip for a giant?
Enjoy
Like they
Aquila
cut the
City.
belt off.
For God's sake, be
Suspender clip? No. Hey, what's that? Let's go back to maybe Samco, get Samco on board and go do that mission that like I've had since like, well, I don't know, like 20 hours ago, days ago. 20 hours ago of gameplay, days ago in real time.
The Jansen family immigrated here from the
Marco Jansen. Got lots of things to do, okay. Here we talk to Samco.
Hello, Captain.
pleasant change of scenery.
Pressure holding. Takeoff looks good. Orbital pattern locked in.
Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll go do the Vanguard one, and then we will go and finish getting the alien artifacts. Give me a sec here. I'll be right back. Hey, sorry guys. We'll speak to Deputy McIntyre.
What?
Still bleeding there. And you're alive now.
Yes? What?
Chief Yassine, these orders. A Vanguard captain. You... Yes, sir. I'll make sure they get what they require. That must make you my Vanguard captain. Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre, Chief Yassine's second-in-command. I heard you were instrumental in protecting the city from the attack. You have my gratitude. I was also informed that you gave quite the presentation to the cabinet. Chief Yassine wants you to know the Interstellar Affairs Office is fully committed to this endeavor, accessing the Terramorph data and beyond. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure you have the tools you need. And that means first getting you into the archives. You do know what the archives are, correct?
Someone paid attention in current events. So, then you also know that it was originally managed by the 3 major galactic players. Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency, and requires a one-time use code from each of the 3 armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun.
Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people. The ambassadors of the Freestar Collective and House Varun to hand over their codes. Get them both and you'll have your data. But that's a lot easier said than done. It won't be.
Both ambassadors have reasons they won't, or can't, work with us. Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to get them both to cooperate.
And I do mean cooperate. Threats and violence are off the table here. Though that doesn't mean we can't get creative.
But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Radcliffe of Freestar, or Ambassador Balmore of House Varun? Ah, the good Ambassador Radcliffe. She's a veteran of the Colony War, and her only goal in life is to make ours miserable. Now, officially, our office is suggesting you try and negotiate with her.
Use your experiences as a member of the military and with the threat we're facing to convince her to lend her support.
And who knows? Maybe that'll work. Stranger things have happened. But my suspicion is we're going to have to rely on other tools to get her code. Huh. Well, if that's the case, I'll wait to be pleasantly surprised. But we do have one item up our sleeve. UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the Ambassador's living quarters, which we suspect you can use to your advantage.
But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land yourself in an embassy holding cell.
So, if you are going to try and access the device, you're going to need to find a way in there without being seen.
Now, we recovered some intel we believe should be able to help with that. But there's also a disgruntled staff member you might be able to pump for information. Maybe even convince to work with you.
Name's Cameron Long. He's younger than Ratcliffe, bears less of a grudge towards the UC. He works closely with the Ambassador, making him a promising source for information on the ins and outs of embassy life, and someone who very likely hates her guts.
Yes, many. Don't steal anything. Don't get caught anywhere you're not supposed to. Absolutely do not harm anyone. If something goes wrong, we'll do our best to smooth things over, but I can't make any promises.
All right. Here, your diplomatic ID. I'll give them a heads up you're on your way. Not likely to let you through the door otherwise.
And take these. Chief Yassine wanted you to have some options on how to proceed in there.
Ambassador Balmore's a challenge. When the rest of House Varun retreated into seclusion shortly after the signing of the armistice, Balmore stayed here. He's since lent his support to a small number of archival requests, so there's real hope he might again. Though claiming to know how a member of House Varun thinks is a quick way to earn yourself a psych eval.
Now hold on a moment. There's no reason to assume we're better than they are, despite...
They certainly come with a checkered past. We're not 100% sure Balmore's actually still alive. His public appearances were always rare. But it's been several years now. Scans of the facility show life signs, but not the kind we were expecting.
Your task is to find him and kindly but firmly remind him of his duties under the armistice.
The Varun delegation brought more than a few of their native flora with them when they set up in the embassy. It seems those plants have been allowed to flourish, making it hard for us to verify what's flora and what's ambassador. The embassy is still legally House Varun's sovereign territory, so we're not technically permitted inside. We've snuck in the occasional spy, of course, but the ambassador has proven more evasive than you'd expect for a man of his age. But we're quite sure he hasn't left the city. The man stands out.
Then you search the embassy for his biometric key, collect your code piece, and we'll go about notifying his next of kin, if we can ever find them. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. I have no doubt. Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our spies have stated there's a side entrance that should allow you access. Here, this device should get you all the way down to the embassy interior. Once you're inside, though, finding the ambassador is going to be up to you. And fair warning, we received a report that alarms might have been tripped inside the embassy during the attacks. Watch out for automated security in there. Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, don't hesitate to ask. I'd suggest you start with Ambassador Radcliffe. Approach her while the attack is still fresh in her and her staff's mind. Be smart out there, Captain.
Well, well. Back for more, eh?
That's right, I've asked them all. Keep forgetting. Nothing new ever comes up. No.
Not at all. Oh, yes. Okay then. Stay safe, darling.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Was it really Terramovs? In the city? Keeping the skies safe out there? For sure.
Hello.
Sorry, but I need sign-off from the Interstellar...
Maybe we should stop for a moment at the memorial. You know, to pay our respects.
It could cause an incident.
Hard to believe it's been 2 decades since we were at war.
I'd like to speak to you.
Well, hello, sunshine. Ron Hope was a real piece of work, wasn't he? Oh, don't tell me his bleeding heart plea for mercy got to you. He held innocent people with little regard, treating their lives like numbers on a balance sheet. It's an absolute disgrace. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Letting him off the hook would have been a terrible injustice. Had you taken the money, this would have been a very different conversation. I'm proud of you. It took a lot of integrity to say no to that offer. Some of them will, and some of them won't. What happens to them isn't your fault. It's Ron Hope's. Well, I think I've lectured you enough. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me.
You are a visitor? You'll find the ambassador in her office. Go on through.
Visitors are only allowed in the lobby, offices, or conference room.
I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm not happy visiting anything related to the Freestar Collective, but you lead, and I'll follow.
Can't protect their own spaceport. The UC never fails to disappoint. I just wish I hadn't received the news from an SSNN broadcast. We have a strategic advantage to maintain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
Sorry. Everyone's a little on edge after the attack.
That woman is an absolute... Oh, sorry. Oh, what? You're the Vanguard captain, right? You know, I was about to board the Nat to the spaceport when the alarm triggered. Sounds like I got real lucky. And like I've got you to thank for things not being a lot uglier. Heard that, huh? Yeah, the ambassador likes to treat us like family, yeah. And she doesn't care for most of them either. But look, they said you were coming here on official business. The ambassador likes to handle all that personally, even if she does have trained diplomats here to help her. And I don't want to get shipped back to Aquila City, so you should probably go speak to her. What, you want me to work for you? Huh. Well, maybe, let's go somewhere to talk. So you want me to work with you? But why now? Why me? No, I think that's a pretty safe assumption. And no other city should have to go through what happened here. So then, what would you need from me? quarters. Huh. Oh, that's doable. And you and the UC will be providing me with what for my services? Oh, wait, I thought you were looking to hire me. Oh, I'm not taking a bribe. Really? Okay, you've got yourself a deal. Okay, so there's a utility corridor that leads into the ambassador's quarters, which you can access through the main conference room. Here, the key. Whatever you do, don't let the guards see you entering or exiting the utility section, or you're gonna be in serious hot water. I'll keep an ear out for more instructions from the UC.
Patching in playback.
Son of a bitch! Cameron! Are you alright, Ambassador? It seems the Council of Governors has rejected my appeal to join. Again. Which means you and I are stuck in this colonial rat cage until we die. But I think we might need to. We should expedite the process. everyone would miss him. Eva, I think it's time to get some sleep. Just think about it. Maybe we can reach out to some experts at that sort of thing, huh? Good night, Eva.
Something's wrong.
You're allowed 3 places. Conference room, lobby, or the ambassador's office. You set foot anywhere.
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? What are you? Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said you were at the spaceport. You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly. Saved many lives. Now, she also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants terramorph data from the Armistice archives, some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy, in order to protect us all. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you, local hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Tell me I've got that right. Oh, stop. You're embarrassing yourself. Let me be frank, Captain. Then I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting... Excuse me? I have no idea what you're talking about. No. If the council found out, I'd lose my position. I'd be exiled. Look, I believe we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. The issue at hand is one of trust, no? So perhaps if I can trust you to keep this little secret between us, then maybe we can find a way to trust the UC with access to the archives. You're joking, right? You want... Okay. Please. I spoke hastily. And I know you, my dear, dear friend, wouldn't want to let anything get in the way of the two of us and our factions working together. And isn't that ultimately what this is all about? In fact, I think there's an opportunity here. Keep both our factions happy and ensure an air of legitimacy to the whole proceeding. I can only let you get the information on the terramorphs. Anything else and people will get suspicious. And all research will need to be monitored. Freestar scientific observers making sure everything's being used for the right purposes. But those 2 items should be enough to allay any suspicions. Good. Okay, let's go get you your access. They tell me it should only take a moment. And there.
Yeah, I guess so.
Code generator's just this way. Here you go. I hope that'll be enough to maintain your discretion. Don't worry. I'll coordinate with Deputy McIntyre on the observers.
Alright, now we're going to house for dawn.
Don't stay away too long.
Who took the money? Well, I didn't. Have a more open video games. What kind of moron am I? Freestar really likes those type of doors, eh? Window door things, openings.
When someone insults you, you want to just beat the shit out of them sometimes, but you don't.
Well, not quite what I was thinking, but that's actually a great example, Marcus. The man in the story was cruel. Do you know why he was cruel? You must feel what he feels. Understand his pain. Accept it. And deliver it not back upon him.
Empathy. You mean empathy? But you say it like it's easy. Like anyone can just love a terrible person who has been terrible to them.
Yeah, why even bother? I mean, isn't the cycle of humanity peace and war back and forth, like forever? Seems kind of pointless to try so hard for something that won't last. Nothing ever really changes.
It's not easy, no. But necessary. Because you see, everything has changed. God has given us the intelligence, the ingenuity to reach into the stars, to travel his path, to truly find him. But we can't do it alone. The only way is through unity. Huh. Yes, Andreas. Yes. Unity. Well, I'm sure you all have other things to do. Thank you for taking the time to stop and talk with me. There's so many mysteries in the universe, so many unknowns that I try to help out others whenever I get the chance. I may not always have the perfect advice for people, but I try to just be here for them. I think that's what they really need more than anything else. Were you seeking worldly wisdom or just a friendly ear? It would, wouldn't it? Well, if you find it, be sure to come back and let me know. It would make the next sermon more memorable, if nothing else. And in the meantime, while it isn't quite so profound, I might suggest reading some of our works. Among the Grab Jumps is a good place to start. I'm sure you can find a copy lying about. And if you do decide to read it, perhaps you'd let me know what you think. See if it speaks to you, as it has to others. Excellent, excellent. Tell me, what did you think? I'm so glad to hear that. I confess I do feel something of a swell of pride every time I learn my thoughts mean something to others. It's a good reminder that we're onto something here. You're always welcome here if you ever need comfort or advice or just want someone to talk to. Keeper by title. But yes, I suppose the title fits. I'm very grateful that I have the opportunity to be here for those who need us, who find meaning in our message. Well, we're a newer organization, at least officially. Our facility here in New Atlantis has only been around a few decades. But we're gaining new members all the time. I think people have been grasping for something to express what they're experiencing, and I'm glad we can be here for them. The Sanctum will always be here for those who seek it. I may not always have... Were you seeking... Are you sure about that? I could be wrong, of course. You might get... And if you'd like...
what does it happen if I do this?
Excellent. I'm so glad to hear. I confess, you're always welcome. Oh, it's very easy to lose yourself. Life can be a distraction sometimes from your own growth, your spiritual development. Does that sound right? Don't let that fire die. It can lead to the greatest discoveries. The ones that lie inside. The good news is, you can change.
That's amazing. There we go.
All of us can. It's not easy. And you already made the first step. Being self-aware.
Back when you're ready. That's amazing. That's an amazing way to have that, to remove, traits like that.
Of course.
That's actually well done.
Are you working toward this technological
All done at one point. There we have this god snake god thing. Forgot about them being about snake gods. Alright. I did again. I went for a little moppity mopper. Oh, your elevators still work, so that's cool. Anything here? No, it's just that's that all. Wow, thanks. Right. Thought maybe there'd be an actual floor and stuff, not just a balcony. Huh.
But this isn't what I expected at all. It appears the flora they were using as decor has overgrown the entire embassy.
That's the one. Defense is done. Most of them anyways, I hope.
I've never seen a tree like this before in my entire life. It'd actually be more fascinating if its branches weren't blocking our way.
People are freaking creepy, man. Thank you, Parrot.
Don't leave any of that behind.
Yeah, let's go this way. So I killed them all. Good. Can't be anything fighting me now.
I'm here for you, my love. If you have any gear you want me to haul, I'm happy to help.
Okay. Get that from. Oh, I didn't realize.
Talk to you again soon, darling. two of us make. Glad to haul whatever you need.
Lady, settle down. How do you think this is?
Maybe if you're lucky, we'll talk again later.
Just endured. Come, let us discuss.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, man. Hey.
Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But then again, who could cage such a beauty? Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack. Then the embassy was struck with a power surge and then... silence. Has the rest of the city suffered quite so badly? Harmless spores, you have my word, but hard to navigate. Hence why I was guiding you through the intercoms to restore the environmental controls. And release me. It is the sap of the tree that gives it its... well, perhaps not a topic for this exact moment. But I must know of the rest of the city. Does it still stand? I take it you didn't have such an experience where you were, then, Yes, the entire embassy was thrown into lockdown, trapping me in my quarters, disabling the Venom tree's filters, and arming the defenses. A disconcerting experience, to say the least. Was the rest of the city spared? Is that right, I shall need to have these repairs seen to sooner rather than later. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you here at such an opportune moment. You were sent by the UC. That much is obvious. Who else could just waltz through my door, And the broadcast spoke of terror morphs at the spaceport. A worrying occurrence, certainly, but coming here of all places, when all I could provide is some enthused cheerleading and... an archive code. So the UC requires information, then. On terror morphs, presumably, Do I see this all clearly? The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. Using its data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there. But if I am to grant you access, I have a requirement. For years, House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hopes of shedding that legacy, with little success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Varun's legacy is more than just carnage. The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. no knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil ends. Oh, you must assure me this will be used to save lives, not endanger them.
We'll do everything we can to make certain that happens.
Well, then I shall not fear. Please, follow me.
Yesterday marked the beginning of my tenure as House Vineyards Ambassador of Iran's, of Maroons, whatever, Ambassador to the United Colonies. I arrived full of hope, believing our gesture of opening this new embassy would demonstrate that we moved beyond our blood-stained past, but we'd barely been in New Atlantis an hour when the troubles ahead of me began to reveal themselves. Our brief walk from the spaceport to the embassy was marked by suspicious glances and stares from numerous strangers on the street. I fear minds here will not be easily changed. The wrongdoing of House Varun will not be so easily forgotten. It is my fervent wish that this embassy will come to be seen as an emblem of a peaceful future, free of stains of prejudice and violence. I do my utmost to act as an avatar for that goal, regardless of any resistance I may face. Though I find myself in a strange land, I know the Great Serpent will guide us to success in our endeavor. Why is it a snake that they freaking worship? This morning I rose from a contemplative prayer by the sound of muffled shouting. Upon investigation, I discovered a sizable group of United Colony citizens engaged in a protest on my doorstep. They are opposed to the government's attempts to establish diplomatic ties with House Varun, and are petitioning for immediate shuttering of the embassy. My attempts to engage them in discussion were fruitless. Most of them would not speak with me, and those who did refused to believe that our intentions in New Atlantis were purely peaceful. The embassy guards were eventually required to intervene, forcing me back into the building when the crowd's anger began to manifest as threats to my well-being. I intended to discuss this matter with my counterparts in the United Colonies. Their aid will be essential if this effort is to succeed, though I fear this will not be an isolated incident. Each day my frustration grows. Great Serpent, what have I done to merit such scorn? Recently, CI Maven arrived at my embassy. To receive a visit from such a high-ranking priestess, a Gravid no less, with the intention of engaging in talks in the United Colonies, I was overjoyed. Such a gesture from the house could only mean those skeptical of her efforts could at long last see merit in our work. But it seems I was deceived. Sia's stated mission and her actual intentions are clearly at odds. She was refused every opportunity to engage with representatives from the United Colonies. Instead, she speaks incessantly about the need to surveil the very diplomats whose trust I have dedicated months of efforts to gaining. She remains trapped in our old mindset, unable to see what it is that we're actually doing here. Guaranteed House Varun's future, the losses from Serpent's crusades were incalculable. Diplomacy is the only method through which House Varun's survival may be assured. I must find a way to make see this. Luckily, I believe tonight's dinner will be the perfect opportunity. Our UC host, Deputy Diplomat Roland, is level-headed, reasonable. I dare say even sympathetic. A rare animal among the UC. If prior experience is to be any indicator, if Sia approaches him with open arms, I have faith that he would embrace her as a comrade. Great Serpent, let this come to pass. Great Serpent, this is a test of my faith. Do you really wish to plumb the depths of my loyalty? What other explanation could you merit why you permit such a spectacular disaster? Dinner at Deputy Roland's was initially promising, even congenial. Yes, there were pointed questions about House Varun's intentions, but overall an air of polite decorum was maintained. But it was when one of Roland's more boisterous guests, an officer of some type, perhaps having enjoyed one too many glasses of Chandra, asked, "But how can we trust you snakes after what you did?" That I believe the Gravid reached her breaking point. There were only words, but words are the battlefield of which diplomacy is fought, and I realized too late that this was a salvo Sia would not let pass. As dessert was served, Sia excused herself. We waited for her return and waited, and when it came clear, Gravin simply left. I made my pleasantries and rushed back to the embassy. There I found her packing her things, and when I asked where she was going, she simply stated, "I have seen all I need to," and she left without another word. I've reached out to my contacts back to Dazra, who have assured me that they still believe in the venture, that the Yannick environment himself still believes, and that this is all a reassurance I require. The last of my staff have left today. Our embassy is now effectively shuttered. House Run's leaders have ceased all communications with United Colonies. Our own orders from Dazra were not much better, standing as a single word: returned. No other reason mentioned for our abandonment of our post, for the abandonment of our cause. But I know a test of face when I see one. I serve House Varun. A simple understanding of that directive would be that I follow their orders. But what are we to do here is greater than that. If we are to survive, it cannot be on our own. If others refuse to see that, so be it. So here I stand, waiting for the day they all see truth and come back. This guy's crazy, but crazy good. There has been no word from my people in months. I have made several attempts at contacting them, but I am uncertain if my messages are reaching Dazra at all. As such, I have had much time to think. Why allow us to come here and make a home for ourselves around a distant star, only to demand our return when the first bit of resistance is met, because of some drunken slight? Even Sia is not that influential amongst our court. No, there is something larger at play here. The recalling of staff. It wasn't because of the incident with Gravid. A change has occurred. Yet by staying, I may never know what it is. Only time will tell. It seems it's been quite some time since my last entry. A welcome bit of exercise today. A United Colony spy snuck inside the embassy. Just before dawn, I had finished my morning papers. I heard an odd thrum. At first, I presumed my hearing was finally giving out, and then I realized what it was. It was the elevator descending. Presuming uninvited guests could mean only bad things, I snuck upstairs and hid among the branches of the venom tree. Watched like a gargoyle perched on a parapet. As this young man stalked cautiously through the branches of the tree I spent so much time cultivating. Obviously scared beyond his wits, at one point an errant branch snapped as he passed, and I swear the boy leapt a foot into the air before realizing his source benign. I was shocked that the mere idea of House Veronica still garnered such fear, even this long after the end of the Serpent's Crusade. It would have been amusing if it was such a clear reminder of the failure of my own endeavor. We evaded each other like this for the better part of 2 hours. I was a welcome distraction from a life now steeped in routine. He eventually gave up and returned to the elevator, and I to my meditation. As I think on it now, however, the purpose of the visit is exceedingly disappointing. This was no diplomat, no neighborly knock on the door. This was a spy, someone breaking in somewhere a normal soul couldn't. They think me dead, don't they? It happened. The message was short, a simple request for information regarding the state of things in New Atlantis, but filled me with relief nonetheless. House Veron was contacting me at long last. I had been forced to harden my heart to the possibility that I may never hear from my people again. Today's message assuaged that fear. Though their intentions remain unclear, I am comforted by House Veron's willingness to re-engage in communication. I am hopeful that it signifies Desra's willingness to return to more earnest attempts at diplomacy with the United Colonies. Great Serpent, you answer my prayers at last. I stand firm in belief that it will be at my side. It'll be at my side as I continue to serve House Veron's interests in New Atlantis. May ancestral light bathe my people and those we once stood against, and help to usher in an era of harmony at last. Huh. Stole your money and stuff, man. I feel bad, but I don't care. you, sir.
And there.
Cool.
Let it be used for good.
Where's their storeroom key? Storeroom key, man. Storeroom key. What do you got a videotape for? Is that like your porn there, Mr. Reese? Thanks. Found it. Out there. Lamp. Oh, thank you. Light. Yeah. Home. Home. Gallery worth money. Their monies. Oh my god, can't I open a master lock? It drives me insane. Crafting opponent. It's really necessary for you to complain like you do.
Is it really necessary for you to drag around all that gear?
Apples. Door open. That I was interested in. What about the helmet, though? Helmet. Where can I find the helmet? Give me the damn helmet, man. How about crafting materials? Get the hell out of here. Unity Limited HQ. Infinity Limited HQ, Starfield.
They were gonna give our son to a different family.
What can I give you?
If something's on your mind, I'd be happy to carry a few things for you.
Can't carry anymore either.
Bye, love.
Get into my storeroom.
Good day, Captain.
What's happening, darling? I'll only carry the good stuff.
Just kidding.
Quite a selection of things to fight with. Oh, let me go get rid of all this shit. Sure, you will, Klinger.
I'll be counting the minutes to our next chat.
Crazy Klinger.
Deck.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Why would I take that? I did not want this stuff. Keep doing things like that. Yeah. Like that. Okay, that's good. Oh man. Let's go.
Hello, Captain.
How's things for you?
Captain McCoy, hello. I am.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving. Okay, no bounty.
Any troubles you need to share?
Because I know to give them all these keys. Take your damn keys, lady.
Pardon?
Captain, I just received a couple messages from an operative in the embassy office. Did you actually succeed? With Radcliffe? And Balmore? Was he alive? Did they both actually agree? That's incredible. I wasn't sure Radcliffe would ever get on board. I'm very much looking forward to getting the debrief on how precisely you managed to pull all this off, but that'll have to wait for another time. Regardless, superlative work, Captain. And now, I've already arranged everything with the archival monitors. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Follow them to the letter. Here, the UC code piece and an archival access card. The entrance is just on the other side of the plaza across from Mast. Absolute best behavior down there, all right?
What response?
I'm told by top officials the cabinet already has a plan in place to open the Armistice archives.
Unless that archive's full of ordnance, it's not enough.
I see. Well, thank you for taking the time.
Hey, publish what I said, all right? Something needs to be done.
Oh, I'm as concerned as you are. Thank you again for speaking with me. I saw the smoke from the SSNN building. I thought it was just a fuel tank rupture or something. This attack has people really spooked, and who could blame them?
So, the two parties came together to negotiate the terms of the armistice. Fleet sizes would be capped, mechs and xeno weapons outlawed, and all research related to those fields would be kept under lock and key in their own special archive, which actually rests below our feet as we speak. And while these new restrictions transformed the settled systems overnight, entire economies were upended with the flick of a pen. They also marked the start of something critical: cooperation between the United Colonies and the Free Star Collective for the first time in decades. A pledge between the powers for a more harmonious future. Thank you for listening.
Yo.
It's a fascinating subject, the colony war, though I'm thankful I didn't have to participate.
Captain, we've been expecting you. Please approach the monitoring station and we will go over the rules. Welcome, Captain, to the archives. To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units.
Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin. You may proceed, Captain.
Hey there.
Just one quiet day. That too much to ask for?
Hey.
There you are.
Captain. Surprised to find out we're having visitors as we work.
Major Sinan and I were just discussing the merits of your planned interfactional cooperation. I think it's a great idea. Get them invested in the solution. Make it clear we've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure they'll be lovely house guests.
Now, Captain, if you wouldn't mind transferring the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing next steps.
Time for us to start getting some real answers. And figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready. You're carrying the most comprehensive collection of information on terramorphs in the known universe. If we can't pry an answer out of there, it likely doesn't exist. Certainly doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but we're not going to know until Percival and I dig in, so whenever you're ready. Yes. It will be. Percival and I have done our damage. This is us starting to put some things right.
Plus, you don't need her word. We'll be setting up oversight alongside the collective.
Acknowledged and accepted, Captain. So with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures. Should even be able to house its own cadre of independent observers. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed to discuss with you first.
Indeed.
Citizenship.
The most important of
And the
which
cheaper
is
stuff.
giving you your citizenship.
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me. All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of the United Colonies? It doesn't. We don't really care where else you might have been or might become a citizen. Once you earn your place in the United Colonies, it's yours. Well, only citizens can own property in New Atlantis. We also pay a discounted rate at any United Colonies merchant. And all citizens receive an ample credit disbursement upon joining. Good. This isn't the only item we need to discuss, so I'll give you the short version. Please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned your place among the United Colonies. Through service, bravery, strength, and upholding of the mutual good. Will you carry and cultivate these values for as long as you remain a citizen? Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a full citizen. Here, your official ID and your citizenship dispensation. We've also let the Aphelion Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property. Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position. Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this, but we think this person has information that could prove useful in dealing with the Terramorphs. And they've stated they'll only share it with you. They asked for you by name. So I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence. You can tell no one. Can you agree to these terms? I'm sorry. I can't share any more without your word. Do I have it? Let's hope it never comes to that. Head to the elevator. You're going to subsection 7. I'll make sure you're cleared for access by the time you get there.
Well, hello, sunshine. I miss talking to you already.
Subsection 7.
What?
Hey, buddy, sorry I didn't notice the comments there. Kind of lost in my own world here. How's it going? I don't know if I missed you or not. I'm totally just like zoned out. Yeah, I totally did. Sorry, man. I don't know if you left or not. It's not been bad. It's been a long one. Well, it was a long one yesterday too. It's been a long one almost every day this week. Freak. But no, it's going good. Progressing a lot through the game. I just did a whole mission with I was doing the Freestar Collective yesterday as the Ranger. I finished off that mission and now I'm doing one for another faction that I started before that, but I kind of left aside. But like most streams, a lot of radio silence. That's why I don't always look at my comments on the other monitor, because I'm not used to having many.
My entire life, and I had no idea this place even existed. The UC certainly excels at keeping secrets.
There, where do they let me in here?
Unsealing access. You may proceed down the corridor, but there are no additional visitors permitted. Your friend's gonna have to wait out here.
This door here?
I'll be fine. You go on ahead.
Tired tonight though. I'm hitting the wall. I don't think I can go as long as I did yesterday. I think maybe another half an hour to an hour, then I gotta head off. Oh, did you? Yeah. I bet to have, sorry, I forgot all about that. That's right. You've installed it? You started using it yet, or have you tried it out? Is this person? Oh, is that the Admiral guy?
Please, come down and approach the intercom. You and I should chat.
I'm glad they let you return it, though. Sometimes some of the stores can be a pain in the asses when it comes to that stuff. What one did you pick up?
President Abeyo was kind enough to give me a few files to peruse. Quite the series of accomplishments you've managed. But now you face a foe unlike any other. An invisible enemy, lurking in the shadows. You're going to need all the help you can get. Which is why I hoped we could speak. Do you know who I am?
Wow, that's awesome. Great. I'm glad that it worked out for you. Yeah, that's the one I picked up too.
I'm Francois Fanon. But most know me
I'm glad it worked out. 20%'s a huge freaking gain, man.
I was an admiral during the Colony War. One of its great villains, if you believe the slates. I was to be executed for my crimes. But the previous regime deemed me too valuable to simply discard. So they put me here. A sacrifice on the altar of peace. Even my death served the colonies.
Right, yeah, I think it's like $20 or so cheaper than the other ones.
Captain, please. There are no clean hands in galactic politics. We all do what we must to keep ourselves safe.
Well, it's about $100 more than the A50, right? Give or take, the 750. I mean,
and beyond from additional terramorph attacks. An effort you and my progeny Hadrian have already made impressive progress on. And I'd like to help, though I am curious. Has she shared with you the nature of our little family?
Oh, totally worth it. Yeah, I'm just glad you got to return it, because I had my A750 for about
driving that out of her.
About 2 or 3 months before I decided to do that, and I couldn't get mine returned. I had to sell it on Kijiji. I ended up losing about, I think I lost about $75, give or take, including the $100 extra on the 4060. So I'm glad that you're able to return it. Freak, I wish I could have.
In front of the two of you, and I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish what you've set out to do.
Yes, it was meant to be then, man. It was destiny.
Forging a new generation of great leaders. They were raised by adoptive families made up of scholars and tacticians, trained at the United Colony's greatest scientific and military academies, displayed incredible promise. But by the time the Colony War came to a close, there was only Hadrian. But that's ancient history now. You have much more pressing matters at hand, with which I can help. After some long years earning the trust of this current regime, the UC has been permitting me to work alongside one of their recovery teams.
Glad to help any way I can,
them
man.
Gather intelligence on, locate, and organize scenarios to lure in some of the criminals that evaded justice after the Colony War. With quite a few successes, I might add. But in the process, I managed to find something else. The names and locations of Hadrian and
It's nice to know that I got an actual like number now, though, that you got like about 20% yield of the game. That's pretty crazy. Because I've talked to other people about it too, like when I made that change, and it's nice to be able to throw a stat at them.
I need something dealt with.
It's like I could tell it was like reasonably better, but I couldn't. I didn't bother like benching it or anything.
There is a former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlaise. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colony's more problematic lines of research. Mech weapons were his specialty. If it dealt death, he could make a deal more. When the Colony War ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued to peddle his skills to the highest bidder to this day. But I finally found him. I want you to track him down and deal with him, however you're able. I'm not expecting he'll come quietly. Bring me evidence that the job's
like,
done.
Honestly, like,
and I'll tell you
it pretty much handles everything better. Like, I find that I have like less artifacts, less just everything. Like, it's just much clearer. Just overall, it's just a better codex. And the fact that you can do it at such a compression rate, where you can actually do it, you know, pretty much half the bit rate, is absolutely insane.
Continue whenever you like. Captain, your files indicate a track record of unlikely successes. It is my genuine hope that, perhaps down the line, you might become a part of our team. And this might be something of a tryout. Speak to Deputy McIntyre. I'm sure she'd be happy to hear that someone might be tying up this loose end at long last. Though I would ask you, do not make the mistake of confusing me for a simple cutthroat.
I just realized you said NVENC AV1. I just read AV1 in general. But yeah, NVENC compared to the... well, what is Intel 1 called again? What's the name of theirs? I can't even remember. It's just an X246, like AV1 or something. Can't even remember what it was. But yeah, the fact that it I just found it smoother, and I found that, yeah, just like I was saying, like compared to like regular NVENC, the NVENC AV1 compared to Intel AV1, it was just a little bit smoother and a little bit clearer. I wasn't sure how much, but it's nice to throw a number at it. Think about this. How about I rest him and turn him over? Why have me do this? How about I rest him and turn him over?
Nothing else then? You can certainly try, but the man's been out there 20 years. He's likely gone feral by now. Easier for all if you simply blow up his ship and be done with it. If that's what you require to sleep at night, so be it. According to my information, he's been hiding around the world of Etheria, Wolf System. There's a star station in the vicinity. The Den. The head of the local vanguard,
yeah, I've watched what I was trying to like figure out what to buy, and it's before the 4060 came out. That's why I bought the A750. Was I was kind of waiting for the 4060 to come out, but I wanted to try something anyway, so I just bit the bullet and kind of jumped the gun and bought the A750. But I was watching many videos before that showing all three of them, AMD and Intel and NVIDIA, and you know, like by far Intel and NVIDIA's looked way better than AMD's. But between the two, I was surprised how close Intel's was, but it definitely wasn't on par. So, but yeah, both of them though kicked the shit out of friggin' AMD's. Their AV1 is I don't know. I can't figure out why AMD is like they're always so far behind in everything. They're so good with their processors, but their GPUs just seem to just not be able to punch, like, you know, punch up there with NVIDIA. Where am I going here? Okay, go this way. Here. Entity verified.
Identity verified. You may proceed to the exit.
Right? Yeah, it is. It's a crying shame. I'm waiting to see what their new FRS 3 is going to do in comparison to DLSS 3, because I keep talking it up right now, and I'm just waiting for a game to be released with it so I can see what it's like. And just because even the FRS, when you throw it on a game, it just lacks. And I've been hearing again with the Intel upscaler, I've been hearing good things about it. The XESS or whatever it is. So there's a few things they lack behind it. And I thought this generation they were going to make more of a gain than they actually did just all around. And you know, their pricing is great, but they're still so far behind when it comes to the extras. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta get a drink. I'm gonna go grab a Red Bull or something. I'm hitting the wall right now, and I still want to finish this mission. So, be right back. That's a good question. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I got an answer for that. Okay. But yeah, I bought these earlier in the week. Sorry. For nights like this when I knew I'd want to try and get something done and start hitting a wall. Oh, took a bite of a piece of chicken I cooked earlier. Just caught in the throat. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it's I don't think if it's innovation or management. There's probably a bit of both, but it's also a lot of funding too, right? NVIDIA just has, I guess, a lot more money in the bank, but they just, I don't know, like when it comes to rasterization, last gen, the 6000 series and the 3000 series, like AMD made a huge leap in rasterization. Like they were neck to neck and sometimes even better than NVIDIA when it just came to pure rasterization. But when it came to anything else above and beyond that, like ray tracing, DLSS, and streaming and encoders and stuff like that, it just, they're not even close. And I thought that this gen would be the gen where they kind of made up the ground on that extra stuff, and they didn't. It's just so, like, when you look at like the numbers as soon as you turn on like ray tracing, how much AMD falls off is insane. And I know ray tracing doesn't matter for a lot of people. For some people it does, and this and that. But for me, someone who likes single player games where it's like worlds like this, I want to be as immersed as possible. So stuff like the extra bells and whistles, like good ray tracing can be very immersive, like in like something like Cyberpunk, or a good example would be Metro Exodus, the enhanced edition, where they put ray tracing all through it, and some of that was like, it changed the game just because how more immersive it was. And you need, and the way that things are going now with games, everyone's crying that games are so poorly optimized. It's just the way that things are going, right? It's like everyone's complaining right now about optimization. Games are coming out with poor optimization. It's like even STARFIELD came out and people were crying about the optimization of this game on PC. And then the, what's his name? Was Todd Howard or whatever his name is, the guy that runs Bethesda. He's just like, well, maybe some people have to buy better, newer PCs and do some upgrading. Like, because things are just going that way. And if that FRS 3 comes out and it kind of kicks ass, that's going to push the hardware of like the PS5 and the Xbox that much further, right? Because they all run off AMD, right? So that means studios are gonna make games that even need more power, right? Because they're going to be implementing even more ray tracing into their games, knowing that they have better upscaling to be able to, in the home systems, right? So I don't know. AMD really needs to catch up on that ball, because there's going to be a lot of people in the next few years as more and more games come out that have those type of bells and whistles, and more people aren't going to be able to run them, right? So I don't know. I just expected more of this last iteration, and they really kind of screwed up, I think. I don't know. I'm just ranting about nothing now, but it seems like every AAA title that comes out now, people are screaming. It's like last, I'm off on a tangent now, but last generation, when people were buying cards that had less and less video memory, and then games were coming out and they were like, they required things with more than 8 gigs, they required things with 10 to 12 gigs. It's like The Last of Us. That was the huge issue with that. Like, people couldn't play that game even at 1080p on high settings with a newer graphics card, because they didn't have enough video memory. Because even the Xbox and the PlayStation, I think the PlayStation has 12 gigs of video memory, and the Xbox, I think, has 16. And so, like, those developers are making the games and the exclusives before they port them to PCs thinking they have that much video memory to play with, right? And then they put them on the PC, and the people with lower end PCs are like, I can't play this game. It's the developer's fault. It's like, well, is it? Like, I don't know. It's hard to say. But I'm done my rant. As I picked the chicken on my teeth. Okay. Pick a floor, Jason. I don't know. Again, I hope FRS 3 does what DLS 3 does, but if it doesn't, it's just going to be a next couple of years of more and more games of people complaining about low frame rates and
say those Varun zealots worship a snake. But let me tell you,
you know, I don't know, and not being able to play their games. Everybody wants to play their game on, like, you know, on the highest settings. And I remember when I was a kid, even when I would build a PC, I would try and max out the settings of every game, even if I couldn't, and I would just deal with it, right? Like, it would crash, and I never once blamed the developers for the games they were making back then that my PC couldn't run it. It was my issue that I couldn't afford a PC that could run it, right? And nowadays it seems like everybody just wants to complain when their PC can't do. You know, it's everybody else's fault. And, you know, it sucks when you can't afford the nicest things in the world, but, you know, you can't expect everybody else who can to not get the game that they want to play, right? Like, it's a catch-22. It's a hard thing, but I don't know. With all the upscaling, everybody's like, oh, and that's another thing people complain about. They're like, games should be made to expect you to use upscaling, but I don't know. It's a debate everywhere, but I think without upscaling, there's going to be a lot more upset people, so.
Howdy.
Yeah, I'm done with my tangent.
Hello.
Captain, did your meeting go well? I hope it's clear now why we needed you to agree to all the secrecy. Surprised me too when I learned it, but the prisoner has proven useful.
Yeah, it's just too much to organize that way, right?
From any major
It'd be great if they could do things like that, but
I do think it's
again, unless you're dealing with
no one else can know about this.
A PlayStation or an Xbox where you know your set limitations of the console, PCs are so extra, like, you know what I mean? Because there's so many components, and there's so many different components, and everybody has different parts in their PC, and you can't make everyone happy, but at the same time, you shouldn't be expected to make a less of a game to make those who can't afford the nicer things happy either, right? Like, that's the thing, and everybody nowadays seems like it's about them. It's like, if I can't do it, then they're wrong. It's like, well, no. Like, as I said, when I was a kid and my computer couldn't run something, nobody was yelling and huffing and puffing at the developers. I guess there was no internet to do so, but it wasn't even a thought. Like, even between me and my friends, if something wasn't something we couldn't run, that was on us, not on the game maker, right? Like, I don't know. That's been the one thing that really bothers me lately, and I'm just hoping that FRS can. This new one can do as well as DLSS, just to make a lot of people a lot more happy, and so people stop complaining. That too, I don't know. And the fact that it will work across cards, because DLSS, NVIDIA kind of kicked themselves in the foot by excluding some of their own cards, right? Like DLSS 3 only works on their newer cards, on the 4000 series and stuff like that, where FRS is going to work on every card, so even people that have like old NVIDIA cards can use it. So hopefully it'll just help everybody along. So I'm hoping AMD does that one right, because they've done so much other things wrong. Right? That's it, right? And no matter what, because people just don't. It's a lot of things has to do with ignorance, right? Like, and I don't mean ignorance in a bad way, but you don't know what you don't know, and people just buy things thinking it's just going to magically work because they spend a lot of money, and it's not always the case, as we know. Exactly. But even like this game, for example, as soon as this game, as soon as they,
and she certainly doesn't need a distraction from her current, very important work.
Well, yeah, exactly. But yeah, when getting to the consoles, it's like Starfield. As soon as they announced that this game was going to be locked at 30 FPS on the consoles, the ignorance just came out. There was so many console owners that just, it's like, why do you have to do that? Like, you know, if my console should be able to run, like, you know, you have people that I would talk to, and they would think that their console is better than like my $5,000 PC, like, and they really believe it. And it's just like, okay, so my graphics card, which is like over $2,000, is worse than your $500 console. And you get in these arguments with people online, well, debates. I try not to argue with people, but it's just, it's touching the console world too, right? Now that consoles are more and more like a PC, right? So they are a PC. That's all they are, right? Before, when they were kind of separate and using a little bit different technology, well, there was always the same technology, but you know what I mean? Like, now that consoles are using actual PC components, their users are becoming more aware of the terms, right? Before, somebody who used a PS4 or even a PS3 or PS1 didn't care what was inside of it, right? Like, now with all the big catchphrases being thrown around, like ray tracing and you know, and DLSS and FRS, they're throwing them around and just expecting magic without knowing how they actually work. And I'm finding that it's, you know, people just like they just don't understand the scope of this type of game, where they're using real time like tracing of every positioning of everything in the game, and people not realizing how much compute power that actually takes to do. Like, if I drop a gun on a planet of which there is thousands in this game, it's keeping track of where that gun is at all times, right? And people don't understand, like, it's doing that with every object in the game. I can literally pick up anything in this game and move it around and put it somewhere, and it remembers where it is. And that takes a lot of power. So they just, as soon as they're like, oh, why can I only run it like at 4K and 30, they get upset without realizing what they're asking. It was just, everybody was complaining about this when they only 30 FPS. And that's another thing. People equate like high FPS as being, if it's not a very high FPS, then it's bad. For a game like this, which is not like a competitive shooter, you don't need 60 or 100 FPS. 30 FPS is fine, but everyone's like chasing that FPS, right? Everybody, there's such a term that's thrown around now with people not really understanding what it is and why they need it, or when they need it and when they don't need it. It's crazy.
Short of jailing you? No.
Yeah, right?
Right.
But so many people just
but
were...
in this moment,
and
I think
almost all of them didn't really understand it. They just saw a smaller number.
Call you down there simply
it was
to
like when
daughter.
like consoles were out in the 90s and everybody was like 16-bit, and then it was like 32-bit, and like people just threw out the word bit and not really understanding what that meant in the terms of actually a game, right? And what its limitations are or aren't. And now FPS has become that new thing. And so many people just don't understand it. They're just like, I need all the FPSs. And it's just like, well, you know, you don't need it. So just relax. It's just, again, they don't get it, right? Like, that's it, right? But again, they don't even know what VSync is, right? Or FreeSync or G-Sync. They have no idea, right? So that's it. Exactly, right? But they just don't get that, right? It's just, I don't know. Like, it's nice, yeah, to be able to play things at 60. Like, 4K at 60 is great for most games, and 30 is fine too. Like, you know, you can notice a little bit of a difference between 30 and 60, but the average person would never be able to tell you. You'd have to really know what you're looking for. Right? A game like this, there's very little things moving at a fast, quick pace. Like, you're not going to find, like, you know, too many issues with smoothness of motions because everything's just, you know, lazily walking around. Yeah, it's just crazy. I don't know. And the same with latency, right? Everything with latency now. It's like how many, like, again, unless you're competitive gaming and firing that shot lasts, you know, like with that millisecond matters, having, like, you know, something that has 0.01 millisecond of latency or something with like 0.1 for the average user makes no difference. But again, everyone's like, I need the most, like, I need, like, no latency. Latency is bad. To an extent it is, but you know what I mean. They're doing it to the extreme without ever really understanding it. But anyways, I think that if the new FRS
found him.
does well,
is
I think what's going to help a lot of those arguments from the people that don't really understand. They'll be able just to toggle that switch and get that magic extra frames without too much artifacts and tearing that they just won't. That they'll just be happy. And won't make it stink, and you won't hear all the complaining constantly online every time something new is released. Yeah, location of hatred of old research members, or you're actually considering this. Okay. Well, that's the issue too with HDMI 2.1, right? Because they kept being advertised when PlayStation 5 and Xbox came out. They were just like,
someone on behalf of the prisoner.
I can't hear myself over her talking.
But
they were just,
to bring
they were like 4K 120, right? Everybody wanted 4K 120.
The old man,
even though none of them are going to be able to play a game at that type of frame rate at 4K. Not the type of games they play. Sure, you can play some like a little side-scrolling game on the Xbox or the PlayStation, but no AAA title will that machine pump out a 4K 120 frame per second signal, right? And so that's the thing. Even when they first started to come out, everybody was a little bit upset that they couldn't play games at 4K and 120. And it was just like, are you serious? Most PCs can't do that. Like anyways, it's. And then, you know, then they're not even happy with 4K 60 or 4K 30. It's just, anyways, it's crazy. It's crazy. People are crazy. Location. Okay, sure. Here we go.
Really? He found the members of the research
like
team.
I'm just
We'd already
tired and
initiated a
cranky
search
and
for
complaining
them,
now
but it'd
tonight.
save a lot of time and manpower if he just gave us that information. Captain, if that's the deal, you have my endorsement. Just so long as you make every effort to bring the man in alive.
What are the chances
now,
of being lured
is
in
there
the trail?
anything else you wanted to discuss regarding your meeting? Trusting the man downstairs would be a mistake, but I don't think you need to be too concerned. This is far from the first name he's handed over, and all previous missions went off largely without a hitch. So while I'd certainly warrant caution, I think you can proceed. The Den? It's a star station, orbiting Wolf, the second star station actually to bear that title. The first one was blown to smithereens by House Varun during the Serpent's Crusade. The place has always acted as a remote strategic hub, primarily for repairing and refueling UC military vessels. But because of its distance from the rest of the UC, things there have always been a little more lax.
We hope those people will be replaced with AI.
I can think of worse places in the galaxy for a criminal to hide out. Then I'll bid you good day, Captain, and remind you of the importance of discretion.
You get a chance to check out into the that Control and Alan Wake lore?
Hello.
Get off the topic of me ranting about video cards.
I asked my boss what they're doing to stop new alien attacks on the city. He said, top minds were on it.
Yeah, that's true, but where it's eventually going to go is it's going to be a streaming thing, right? It's going to be like a Netflix. Even now, it's already getting there, right? Like, I have a subscription for when I travel. I'm talking about it again even after I asked you the question, but things like GeForce Now and stuff like that, right? Like, if you ever, it's just, now everybody has a good enough internet connection. Eventually, the next, like, maybe not the next one, but maybe two consoles in the future, you're just going to be buying a streaming box with a controller. Because, like, GeForce Now, I can connect now and play on a computer with a 4080, and it actually works great. I've tried. I have a NVIDIA Shield that I sometimes bring with me places, and it with GeForce Now, I can turn any TV into a computer with a 4080 and pretty much play anything. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I don't know if you've tried much of the streaming yet, but that's the way everything is going, right? You won't even have to buy a computer. Like, I'm already looking that way right now. I sold my gaming laptop that I had, and I'm just going to buy a friggin' Google Chromebook and use GeForce for when I want a game on the go. Because it is, GeForce Now is, again, as long as you have a decent internet connection, it's so surprising how well it works, and you can pretty much, you play your whole Steam library right on it. So, and it connects to any library. It connects to your Xbox account, it connects to your Steam account, it will connect to your Unreal account. It's so, like, you get your entire library on the go, and all you need is an internet connection and a controller. And, you know, any type of shit device that can connect to the internet with a screen. So, like, I had a laptop with a 3070 in it, and I just sold it, and I'm just kind of doing research now on some Chromebooks. And instead of spending $2,000 on a gaming laptop, I'll spend around $500 on a Chromebook, and I'll be able to do everything better than what the gaming laptop could do anyways, because technically I'm turning it into a desktop with a 4080. So. Now that internet's getting, like, fast internet's pretty much available to anybody now through the things like Starlink. You know, there's basically, you know, I'm sure the developers were all, like, worried about, you know, losing the customers that didn't have, you know, broadband, like, readily available, right? Not that there's many of those left in North America, but around the world there's lots of people that still couldn't, right?
Hey,
so
no funny stuff with that boost pack.
It's if they can lose the cost of that hardware manufacturing, they'll shed it like as quickly as possible.
Captain McCoy, it is.
Where to next?
Strong's retracting. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, that's another thing that NVIDIA did so well was, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to use one. They've been out for like close to a decade now, but the NVIDIA Shield boxes. Like, I don't know if you ever use much in Android boxes or anything like that, but yeah, I bought like one of the first ones, and the thing is still one of the most versatile pieces of like home entertainment that I've ever bought in my life. I can... What's the noise end? But yeah, like I can just connect through my NVIDIA as long as your NVIDIA card. Before GeForce Now was a thing, but I could just stream my home Steam account right to my NVIDIA Shield box to my TV downstairs or to any TV that I was connected to, and play my games anywhere I wanted to. The NVIDIA Shield box was such a cool little device. And then on top of that, you had all the benefits of like a regular Android box. I went down that thing about like, it was close to, as I said, it was about 8-9 years ago, and but I was trying to get rid of cable and stuff like that, so everybody was doing Android boxes and things like that. So I dipped my toes in that water, and then NVIDIA Shield box that just came out, and yeah, it was one of the coolest like devices that they've ever made, and I'm hoping they keep up with it. They haven't updated it since around 2020. They were almost doing it like every 2 years. They were bringing out a new version of it. Not so much that they updated the hardware, they're really good at keeping updates on the software and stuff like that going, because even the one I have, the original one, they're still updating it like almost like quarterly. They throw in a new update on the thing, but yeah, it's a really cool piece of device. Just the features of being able to do the game streaming from your PC to it anywhere in your house was kind of cool. Oh man.
Seals are locked and we are docked.
Tap something you might be interested in.
You offered me a leaf? Thanks. Frig.
Well, well. Back for more, eh? Yes, have a look. No, we done talking already.
How can I be of service, Captain?
Well, this station.
Well, years ago they brought out
days.
something, and they brought out a Shield.
I wonder if the
not the
UC
Shield
will ever
TV, but
fully
they just called it
restore
NVIDIA
its full
Shield.
glory.
It was it was basically like a Steam Deck, right? And you could play all your games right on a handheld. And then they turned that into an Android box onto your TV. And when they did that, it was really, it was cool. And I still use mine like all the time. So like, because I have like a nice big 85-inch TV down in my living room, and I can just take any game I want on my PC without having to bring my PC to it and just play it. So it was always cool.
Looking to lodge a complaint? Then you want UC security, not the Vanguard. Oh, apologies, Captain. Didn't recognize you without the uniform. So, what can I do for you? Orlace. Doesn't ring a bell. Anything you can tell me about him? A man? Living around Etheria. The gas giant. Only one ship like that I know of. Never docks. Doesn't respond to hails. They call it the Warlock. Maybe this Orlace of yours is the one piloting it. I can give you the coordinates to its last sighted location if you want. Just, well, you'll need to be careful. A part of
Yeah, they
Etheria's
are,
sky is
again,
an old
if you have a
debris
use
field.
for them, right? Not everybody has a
Plenty
use for them,
dangerous.
so...
More than a few scrappers heading out never came back.
If you need, like, an all-around entertainment device for, like, a TV, and you want to be able to game and everything, and, you know, watch movies and everything all in one, you know, you turn it into a Plex server, everything, it's like... It's really handy, but, you know, not everybody has a need for that type of stuff.
You still in there? Things you should know? The den's not really that kind of place. This is a quiet assignment. Keep an eye out for pirates, make sure smuggling's kept to a minimum, occasional rescue job out in the debris fields. Otherwise, it's mostly long haulers and staying ready for the day the Collective wants another round, or House Varun comes back in force. I honestly thought it was just a storyboard haulers told each other to keep themselves amused. Pretty surprised to find out he has a name. Like, finding out the Grim Reaper's named Mitch or something. Huh. Makes you wonder, though. Ships have been disappearing in those fields for years.
Well, you get something. Yeah, but
Going theory on why was a combination of old ordnance and Etheria's gravity disappearing them. But maybe someone's been helping them over the ledge. Well, the original Den Star Station was destroyed decades ago during the Serpent's Crusade by marauding House Varun zealots. Big part of the remains from those battles ended up gathering around Etheria, forming a nasty debris field. Every now and then, some headstrong scrapper comes limping back because they hit an 80-year-old mine. Or sometimes they don't come back at all. Sure thing. Here, this should get you pointed in the right direction. Go get your man.
Yeah, puppets. Okay. Tell me that, like, forever. I get that. Okay. I was supposed to do something. What the hell are you telling me to do? Okay, thank you. What's that?
hands down, the best pilot in this dome.
Hello there. Welcome to the Trade Authority. I'm Marcel, and if there's anything I can do for you, please do let me know. Our stock may not be as vast as New Atlantis or Sidonia, but I will do my best to see that you leave here satisfied. And seeing as the Trade Authority is the only fully licensed operator for the Den, I'm afraid your alternatives are, shall we say, slim. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and I hope this and all future interactions are profitable for both of us. If there are deals to be made, you'll find that we'll go to great lengths to take advantage of them. My primary role here is to oversee logistics operations for our many trade routes in the area, but I convinced my superiors that it was worth setting up something more customer-oriented. I'm told that they are quite pleased with the results. It's very kind of you to offer, but there are, however, likely some Trade Authority contracts available. I'm sure you're already aware that the Trade Authority is quite generous when it comes to completing said contracts.
Ship parts. Why do they never have fucking ship parts?
I hope we have...
There, lady.
It's a little surprising, isn't it? Out here on the edge of UC space.
You know, if you go out there with no helmet on, your head will totally explode. True story.
That was fun.
Ship parts.
Now what?
How many ship parts do I have?
Yes?
All
Maybe
systems
we can
looking
get
good,
through
boss.
A battle. You could probably get through a battle with 6 ship parts. Let's see what happens.
Seals released. We're free to navigate. Mineral deposit, thank you. I gotta get around these fucking rocks. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, they just disappeared. Nice. I think we're gonna kill this guy.
Endless boy, who is this you've brought me? More scrap for the field. Savor your last moments, Mulch. All systems. Shoot them down. Look alive!
did I die? What the hell happened there?
System is damaged.
Connection logged. Go ahead.
Alright, I got rid of that guy.
The colonies were founded before
What the
humanity.
fuck? Other things. Egypt. What's that? More credits, thanks. I feel like there was a... There it is. What is that thing? The old den. You dock with this thing? but I'm doing it.
Navigational feedback checks out. You're in the right place.
Prepare to be scanned for contraband. Scan complete. You are cleared to land at New Atlantis. Please enjoy your visit to Jemison.
Hey, Victus.
While we're here, let's swing by Centaurian so I can pick up some ammo.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please. Okay.
I'm here for you, my love.
Section 7. Accessible. Of course it is, damn it. Because I want to steal something. Black market antiques. Oh shit. Oh, where did I go? I don't even remember. Follow the blue dot. I'm a fool. Oh.
Welcome back, Captain. Do you have some news for me regarding Dr. Olays? So he didn't come quietly then, as I suspected. I presume you have evidence of this. I'd say it'd be a waste of your and Hadrian's time to have to track down the research team on your own. Surely you found something. Excellent. Please, deposit it in the transfer system.
Transfer accepted.
Would you look at that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that old world. This is fine work, Captain. I can ensure the remaining team members find their way to the Red Devil's headquarters. Except for one. That one you'll need to collect yourself. His name is Kaiser. You can find him on the Freestar world of Nira, wandering the battlefield there. The area was ground zero for Xeno weapon deployments during the war, so I would arm yourself appropriately. And I think you'll want to check in with Hadrian and Dr. Walker before paying it a visit. Kaiser will likely have security protocols you'll need their help to overcome. A military Model A, yes. Specifically customized for the needs of the Xeno warfare team during the Colony War. A powerful resource, if you can recover him. A military, specifically custom, a powerful resource. I dedicated my life to the United Colonies. Every effort of my being to their protection. I even gave them my heirs. Even if my circumstances have changed, my purpose is not. Of course. We're protecting the galaxy, Captain. We'll need every tool at our disposal.
Get in there. Hey, this whole living, everything's wide open. You have any? Oh, he has privacy in his bedroom. That looks like. Got a whole like apartment down here. Fuck, poor guy.
Personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
If something's on your mind, you can tell me.
Alright, so now I gotta go find a robot. Another ship if we keep forgetting to look at it. One gets missed.
Anything I can help you with? Hey, what can I do for you?
The Star Eagle.
Sure thing. We'll get it fixed up. Okay, no problem.
Yeah. I will take this ship. Take home ship. Thank you very much. Hard to die. Fuck. I should go to sleep. My phone's dying. Oh, my controller's dying. Get it right yet. Holy shit. Oh man. What's in my mind? Okay. Get my new ship. Pretty excited. Look at this bad boy. That's a big fucking ship. Yeah, it's a Stroud Eklund. He's talking like it's a BMW or something. Yeah, it's a Stroud Eklund, best make and model out there. It's a fucking video game, I'm a moron. Oh, fuck. Let me bored. I want to see what the fuck this thing looks like on the inside. I don't want to sell the other ship back now. I'm never going to use them. I might as well, you know, I can use it for hauling. If I ever learn to build my fucking outposts, that would be my hauler back and forth.
It was a pleasant change of scenery.
Oh, this one's got a whole engineering bay. This is crazy. Crazy. Okay, it definitely looks a lot bigger on the inside. And on the outside, so what the fuck can I find here? So what's this way? Holy shit, this is a big ship. Look at that, comes with guns and everything. That's pretty cool. Those are cool doors. Bunk room. A computer. Nice. Open door on the bunk. Another computer, open the door on the bunk. Nice, nice. Yogurt. Every ship must come with a package of yogurt. These doors are cool. Hey Barrett, I got a whole kitchen. This is crazy.
Got my attention, Captain.
That ship is awesome. This way, still more to go. Look at this bridge. Holy shit. How do I do my teams? There we go. That guy's on a thing now.
Always a pleasure,
Did I lose
Captain.
him? Oh, I totally lost
Always
that guy, didn't I? Damn it. He died because I assigned him to anything. I'm an idiot. Hey, people to this one hold crew capacity 5, so I can get an extra guy? Oh no, because I have myself included. Never mind. Look at this damn ship.
Captain.
Where is my cargo hold? There it is. Let's go. Let's fly this bad boy. Take off, take off, take off.
ship's clear and the sky's Orbital insertion complete. You may now move freely about the cabin.
This ship, love it. What does it remind me of? Reminds me of something. So like they got more bird? Like a brain. Oh, that reminds me of something. Might even be that. Oh, going to the home Earth, going to Earth system, crazy.
Jump complete. This is United Colony Space. Maintain current course while we scan for contraband. And we're done. Enjoy Sidonia.
I want to take that off. The mesh shields. Can you do? I need more on my EM pulse. Yeah, I'm gonna just do my EM pulse. Fucking shit. Oh no. Yeah, I forgot you used to work here.
I wonder if the Broken Spear is still open. It's the only decent place in town to grab a drink.
Outside? Oh shit.
Careful near the railings on the upper levels. Long way down.
Well, I gotta find the robot, don't I? I don't even remember. Yeah, no. I'm going over here, right? Shit. That's my ship. It's fucking awesome. That fucking thing is so cool. Like it. Yeah, but it sounds good. I myself need to go to bed, so I just keep telling myself one more mission. I've been telling myself that for like over an hour now. But anyways, have a good night, buddy. Take care. I'll talk to you tomorrow if you're around. I only got 2 more days left of gaming like this, then it's back to reality and back to work, so I'm going to be getting the most gaming I can get in for the next 2 days. Take it easy, buddy. Hammer-type. Fuck. That's what I'm gonna say every time now. AQS hammer time. Lead everywhere. Big happy lead family. Fucking lead poisoning.
Need some work done?
Oh, right. I'm like, why won't it open as an elevator? Oh man. Somebody help me.
Welcome back. Was afraid you might have gotten reassigned. You've been gone so long. So how's it feel to be a citizen? It should. You risked life and limb to earn it.
Though I have had my own personal struggles with the United Colonies, I'm happy for you. I really am. Congratulations.
But it is real good to have you here again. We've been going through the Terramorph data and, well, we're gonna need all the help we can get. These logs, they're even more thorough than I remembered. Genetic workups, population statistics, hell, even their food chain. I'd completely forgotten, for example, that there was a creature that actually ate Terramorphs. At this point, the data's given us more options to explore than we have people to work on them. Well, 8. They went extinct a few decades back. A big lumbering thing called an Aseles. Something I'd love to learn more about, if we had the people to look into it. That'd be something, wouldn't... I'm sorry, are you? You're serious? You found our research team? That's incredible. That accelerates everything. With them back, it'll let us... Wait. Kaiser. Did you find Kaiser? That's right. You would need that. Whoever gave you these leads sure knew their stuff. Well, how? How exactly did you manage to find them? Miracle worker is more like it. Getting Kaiser back, that gives us more than a few new paths forward on dealing with the Terramorphs. But if he's been out there on his own all this time, you're gonna need something. Come on. We've already made a lot of progress getting this place back online. Some of the containment chambers were a bit on the unpleasant side, but the facility staff made sure we were...
chance to gather your thoughts when you actually got time to gather your thoughts. See you again at 24:30, I guess. One quick one. The past is the past. Don't let it slow you down, Adrian. Because right now there's work to be done. Oh, wow, you're an asshole.
Goddamn planet. You romanticize a place when you're away from it for long enough, but I forgot what a dust-crusted pit Mars can be. Now you, what do you need? Oh, that's you then. I was informed we might be working together. Don't much care for Vanguard. It sounds like you two really got into the thick of it back in New Atlantis. My sister's kids live in the city, so, thank you for what you did there. Yeah, they both came through okay. One science division, other's an artist. Effectively useless human beings that would have had no reason to be anywhere near the fighting. Still, would hate to see anything happen to them. Now, what was it you needed? If anyone can pull off something as downright lunatic as that, it's these people. And I'll make sure they've got all the supplies they might need to make it a reality. That's correct. Ran logistics for the Devils for years before getting the assignment here. Military logistics isn't usually thrilling work, but as bone-crushingly exhausting as this job could be, it sure as hell was never dull. Coordinating habitats for nightmares from the far side of Lantana 8B and their favorite breathing snack foods? Sure, why not? Stocking the UC for a rancher who's got 2,000 grade A kilos of biomass he can ship to Mars per week? We call days like that Tuesday. So when I heard things might be opening up again, I put in for my transfer immediately.
Arts?
Don't worry, I'll
That's pretty cool. Word up.
Here, Kaiser schematics. Actuators, weapons, batteries. That old robot's been MIA for a while, so chances are he's gonna need some repairs. He's also got a lock on his voice controls. You can give yourself authorization with the phrase, Nos belli machinis. Now, where exactly is the old machine? Oh, it's really not that daunting. So long as he's on a planet with some modicum of civilization, you should be able to cobble together most of what he might need. He is on a planet like that. Right? A battlefield. On Nira? Ugh, sheesh. No wonder no one's found him. That sector of Nira was destination #1 for xenoweapons during the war. Add to that general environmental devastation and the kind of lawlessness that comes with any Freestar world, and that planet's got more than enough ways to make a visit your last. But I think there's a place where you can start your search. Yep. One-of-a-kind salvage. Licensed to an Angelo Alonso. Goes by Gel. As good a place to start as any. The Colony War saw a lot of hard fighting, but Nera got it the worst. Everything the Freestar Collective and UC could muster, ground troops, xenoweapons, mechs, was hurled into the fray. Both sides hoped something would decisively turn the tide, but it never did. When the war finally ended, swaths of that world were so devastated they were effectively abandoned. So what Kaiser's doing there of all places, I can only guess at. Kaiser lets us do fieldwork with a level of precision that there's really no other way to accomplish. More than a few of the options we're looking into. Detectors to uncover the Terramorph transmission method, or crafting a targeted biological agent. They require highly specific materials to test against. And asking a group of Marines to accompany us for that kind of work, well, it usually ended up with ruined samples and wounded teammates. And I'll make sure we're ready to put them to use as soon as you've got them.
Daisy.
drives back online. Landing gear. Check. Thruster. Check. Inside turn clear.
Sure it's safe out there.
Hello. You looking for advice on heading out into the fields? Customer, supplier, merc, regardless, you want gel.
Hey! New model on the floor. Welcome to the one-of-a-kind. Refuge and rest home for the hardest scrappers anywhere. Name's Jill. Proprietor. Turn mechs into money mostly. Plus selling equipment, information, and supplies to any short-term scrappers that want to take a shot at striking it rich out in the fields. So formal. The pleasure's all mine, my good man. Angelo Alonso, at your service. You can call me Jill. Can I get you started on a tab, then? Or you here to try and make your fortune in the fields? I'm happy to take your credits however you want to hike them over. Kaiser? No bot around here with that tag. Oh, unless you mean Captain Ahab? At least, that's what we've all been calling him. No clue what his actual designation is, since he's got some sort of security protocol that prevents inquiries and general chit-chat. But he's a combat bot, right? Yeah, that machine's been out there a while now, hunting this one siren. His white whale. But it's been a while since anyone's laid eyes on Captain Ahab, though. Maybe he finally got the thing. Or it got him. Moby Dick? We all thought the name was a good fit since our bot friend was so damn busy chasing that siren of his. Quality slate, too. Think I got a copy for sale if you want to give it a look. Nasty kind of alien left behind after the Colony War. Pretty much blind. Original ones brought to Nera were all Xeno weapons, but those critters have long since passed. But they left behind more than enough untrained babies to keep the fields plenty interesting. Well, all right. So, sounds like you've got two options. You can wander around out there, hunting your bot, little old white whale of your very own, Maybe you find him. Maybe you get yourself killed. But knowing this rock is part of what we do here. So if you want to find him a whole lot faster, I'll sell you what I know about this. Kaiser's location. Going rate's a little steep, but I'm willing to negotiate. I mean, great for him, but that won't keep acetylene in our tanks. And honestly, would you be able to tell if a Terramorph was attacking outside? Sorry.
That's not quite good.
In my experience, if you don't like it, I hear you. Don't get ahead of me. Look, I'm gonna stop you there. I've got my lively.
You didn't get this far being that naive. This facility isn't self-sustaining, and you know it. If Terramorph attacks start wrecking cities across the galaxy, no one's coming to help the salvage yard at the tail end of nowhere. We're all in this. Together.
I guess I see your point. Look, I have to make something on this. But I'll lower the price, okay? Pleasure doing business with you. So, last anyone heard of him, he was out near the Syracuse. Shipwreck about a quarter click down the main strip. One of my roughnecks said he heard some kind of beacon. Just keep your ears open. You should find your machine. Eyes open, too. Sirens and Ecliptic out there, and neither takes prisoners. Oh, and corpse retrieval is not included in this transaction, so now you know. Give Ahab a Kaiser our best.
What's around this place? Do they stack? I wonder if they stack. That'd be cool.
Next. Damn war machines are better off being erased from history.
At 40 now. Nice.
Scan any promising leads?
Yeah, guns everywhere, right? It's crazy. People having to come out here and search for them. Excuse me, sorry.
No.
Captain McCoy, do you require my assistance?
Hey! Welcome to the one up.
Guys, sir.
Not here to make your fortune. Oh, at least, but he's a combat. He's white, but it's been a while since. Well, so you can wander, but knowing this rock, going rates are. I'm listening. I'm glad you understand. In my experience. Hold on. I'd like to think so. Sorry, but look, I'm gonna stop you there. I mean, great, and
You didn't get this. If Terramorph attack, we're all in this.
Okay, you're gonna have.
Pleasure doing business. So, last anyone, one of my rough eyes open too. Oh, give Ahab a.
And that's it. I'm calling it a night.
That could have gone better. Running away, eh? Come on!
Dead. Not all I get from that is structural bone. Kill things. Now what are you killing? Oh, another one.
You picked the wrong day to piss me off!
They stuck. Fucking bioweapons. These things that they unleashed on people. Fucking crazy bastards.
Perhaps we should poke around this salvage yard and search for anything useful.
Nice. That was crazy. Holy crap, man.
Brings back painful memories. It's as though it's been picked apart from the inside out.
I can't believe they have Bobby Gunner mini bong in here. That's amazing. Such a like it's Transformers, the original cartoon. Oh my god, that's amazing. That's the universal greeting. That's amazing. Oh, we've gonna reap mini bong. Dare to be stupid. Dare to be stupid. We start TV. Oh, it's the best. That is the best. I have to do it. Mini bong.
Incorrect. Password required. Voice. Controls. Unlocked. Attempting to resume. Attempting to. Error. Power. Level. Insufficient. Acquire it. Salvage yard.
Nice. Basically skip all of the bullshit. Yeah, doctor. Get a doctor quick. Is there a doctor on site? That would be amazing.
This place, if Joe says, you're all right.
I'm pleased to
In
see
need of
scruffers
materials?
disassembling these
Or
mess.
just here to have a drink
Damn
and
war
enjoy the
machines
view?
are better off being erased from history.
Ah, so that's where your machine's been. Ran out of juice. Heat leeches, wasn't it? Those little stowaways are everywhere on this rock. Suck the power out of a pen light if you let them. But a micro cell. That's military-grade tech. I think we might have one, but I can promise you, it's not going to be cheap. You could probably Frankenstein one together using our fabrication system here, but only if you have some quality schematics. So, I just brace for a little sticker shock. Wouldn't have lasted real long here, doing what we do without a top-notch fabrication system. So long as you've got the specs, it should be able to handle making you a microcell. But finding materials up to the task, you're likely going to be sifting through quite a few mech hulks out there to find what you need. Though, if you think you can actually manage something like that, I'm willing to make you a deal. I'll point you towards the juiciest harvest sites. Spots where you should be able to find quality parts. But in return, any excess materials you collect, you sell to me, all right? Save us from risking our necks on another run out there. What do you say? I can't give you a guarantee, but a couple of mech types use microcells to power non-critical systems, running lights, radar, that sort of. All the intact microcells will be long gone, too valuable. But the parts to make one, much better chance those are still lying around. So what do you say? Sell me what you don't need, and I'll tell you where to look. Then let me just mark those collection points. Watch yourself out there.
I'm pleased to see scrappers disassembling these mechs. Damn war machines are better off being...
Don't forget, finest supplies on the planet. Also, only supplies on the planet. All legal, I swear.
Purchased it. Don't care. Had the money. I got the money. What happens when you're a high baller in STARFIELD and you got all the money? You're like me and you got all the monies. Nickel and stuff. I like nickel.
Visual damage detected. Impact shielding. Visual systems. Damage within acceptable limits. Thank you for your aid. I must resume my mission. Please step aside. Heat leeches. Energy siphoning pests. Nested as I reset from my last altercation. Good to have them gone at long last. Weapon disarmament. High risk. So I will ask you to stand aside. Major Sanon will have to wait. I cannot leave my mission. Although previous attempts to disarm the weapon have been unsuccessful, additional support may allow me to complete my active mission more quickly, allowing me to leave this place. My mission is the disarmament of Unit XW99. Designation Siren. Nearest final active Xeno weapon, 99 has proven a far more formidable adversary than its peers. Will you aid me with disarmament?
I'm sorry. You're chasing a real, living Xeno weapon. Weren't they all wiped out?
They will be. Unit 99 has proven a capable adversary. External support, however, seems the most likely path to disarming it. During the Colony War, handling of Unit 99 and its peers were among my personal duties. Deploy Unit 99. Defend Unit 99 against hostile forces. But above all, ensure Unit 99 was never used against non-combatants. When I was separated from the Xeno Warfare team with the Armistice, Unit 99 and its broodmates remained here, causing many non-combatant deaths, so I am here to correct my mistake. I have nearly succeeded in disarming their brood.
You look like a face.
Only Unit 99 remains.
Follow you where? You're running into a wall.
Follow me. Mind your step. As you have no doubt witnessed, this region can be hazardous to organics. Attention. Possible threat in area.
Hoping you were going to be a lot stronger than that.
a complication. Unit 99 is on the other side of that ridge, but it appears to be under the control of hostile forces. Sensors suggest Ecliptic. A mercenary company like Ecliptic would only want Unit 99 to utilize it as a weapon. This means Unit 99 must be disarmed immediately. Standard procedure would be a frontal assault on the outpost. No quarter given. Do you concur?
I'm in total agreement. A frontal assault sounds like it's in order.
Moving out.
And you couldn't stay away.
Probable threat detected. I think it's trying to play off.
We have no choice now. We'll have to take them all out.
Still holy light, Batman. Nothing worse than
Our work here is finished. Now, what is this mission you spoke of? Major Sanan is involved. A plague of terramorph attacks. That is disconcerting. You are docked at one of a kind. I will meet you there.
haven't seen that thing before either. What do we have here? Another one? Alright.
Nice leader.
Sell it. I like selling things. Dark Eagle. Wait, that doesn't mean seriously got a hole in front here. Let's bring him back and call it a night.
Okay, I am ready for liftoff.
Time to join the maneuvering into position, and we are now in stable orbit.
suit pressure normal, everything in the green. Let's see what's out here.
I can't believe it.
Major Sanon, Dr. Walker.
You're in better shape than I expected, guys. Shouldn't take us long to get you back up to full fighting capacity.
This is good to hear. I was told there was a new threat on the horizon. I wish to learn more.
Percival will give you the full story.
Plus, get you dressed for the occasion.
Occasion? Where are we going?
Londinian.
Londinian. Doctor, I will require additional armaments.
That's the plan. Come on.
Captain, you're with me. Time to walk you through what we came up with. So the problem we're up against is vast. Terramorphs, they can be anywhere. Meaning us finding and disposing of them ourselves isn't an option. But what if we could let something else do the work for us?
Yes?
Come on. I'll walk you through what we're thinking. You remember that creature we talked about before you went to Nira? The thing that eats terramorphs, the Asyles? Apparently, they were bloodhounds for terramorphs. But when the UC ran low on synthetic foods during the Colony War, the Asyles were chosen to fill in the gaps. We thought they were harvested to extinction. But in the data, the research team found the location of a few remaining specimens. As you can see, what we're proposing is bringing them back. We'd breed populations of them, distribute them to human worlds, and then let nature take its course, using a method that thousands of years of adaptation have already perfected. We could speed up their breeding process using, well, using some of the same technologies that were used to create me. We even think that with some time and investigation, we could use the Asyles' hunting skills to track down the terramorph transmission method at long last. Find out how humanity spread them and put an end to the terramorph problem definitively. If you pick a fight with one, or you're a terramorph, sure. But Asyles were already spread across the galaxy once before during the Colony War. As livestock, they're far less of a danger than the one we're proposing to clean up. All our data suggests so. Asyles, they're impressive hunters. The few tests we've been able to run, well, they more than got the job done. They're also shockingly adaptable. The data suggests they're able to thrive just about anywhere, and we plan to selectively breed them so they can hunt terramorphs wherever they're hiding. Which is important, because we did some cross-referencing in the terramorph data. On worlds where Asyles were present, terramorphs weren't. This suggests that however it is terramorphs are getting onto our worlds, Asyles are somehow cleaning that up as well. These creatures are good at what they do. I really think it could. Now, there is another option for removing the terramorphs from our worlds. It's faster, maybe even more efficient, but riskier. A microbe. Something we could aerosolize, let spread, and have it clean up anything with terramorph DNA for us, which would include morphs, and we expect their transmission method. It'd still take time to build, test, and distribute, but no other method could hold a candle to it when it comes to sheer efficiency. Not even the Asylees. Percival assures me that they're minimal. He'll be able to encode safeguards against mutation in the agent's genetics, so that they stick to the task of cleaning up terramorphs. But the microscopic world has a tendency to behave in ways you can't always predict. So to say there's zero risk would be a lie. Well, so that's tricky. Both plans are going to take major investments in time and resources. We're talking years of work, not to mention some highly specialized materials. Terramorph cell lines we can breed quickly and consistently to test on. Asylees gene samples we can use to rebuild their bloodlines. Or sharpen our microbes tracking skills. Not the sort of things any labs just got lying around. But we think we found a lead. One place in the known galaxy where we know we should be able to find all the materials we need. All paths lead to Londinian. It was the central hub for Asylees processing during the Colony War. But, and this part's exciting, the terramorph data suggests Asylees were first found there. The planet it's on, Toliman 2, was their homeworld. Meaning, there's a very good chance their prey, the terramorphs, came from that same world. Which would also explain why no one ever suspected that planet as the terramorph source world. The Asylees were too damn effective at cleaning them up. Additionally, it explains why once the Asylees were gone, the outbreak there was so catastrophic. Londinian could very well be where the Terramorph saga began. And the key to its end. It's dangerous, yes. But Kaiser, Percival, and I, we've trained for this. And you're not so green yourself. And the last thing I want right now is for the UC to stick us with some gung-ho jarhead who's gonna put us and the mission at risk. Captain, you're the reason we're all here right now. You're the person I think can help us finish it. Will you join us on this? Exactly what I was hoping to hear. Now, the UC has a small operating base on Londinian's outskirts. We're cleared for access, but we'll need to check in with the base commander, Sarah Hatoum, when we touch down. I'm gonna help Percival and Kaiser prep, but once that's done, we'll rendezvous with you there. But you need to know, Londinian, it belongs to the Terramorphs. They'll have anti-Xeno gear for us at the base, but I'd make sure you've got your favorite arms on hand.
Night, guys. I didn't even realize I didn't shut this off. Losing my mind.